here. Just getting started on a live stream. Not really planned. I'm kind of unprepared and mentally just distracted, so hopefully I didn't forget a million things as I'm getting started here. I feel like I'm always forgetting something with all this OBS nonsense that I have to set up. But hopefully I got it all ready, or everything's going. So yeah, let's see. Today I'm going to be doing, I don't know exactly what. I'm going to be working on stuff, so I kind of like to stream when I'm working on stuff. It kind of gives me that vibe of old school, just hanging out while everybody does their thing. So if you have some project you want to work on, and just hang out and either chat or just not chat and listen. I'll have some music going and I'll be probably talking my head off for no apparent reason, but I'll try to not be too chatty when there's no reason to be. But let's see. So I don't necessarily have a huge agenda or plan today. However, I did just find out like an hour ago that Gemini 3 released today. I knew it was probably coming, rumors, I'd heard a bunch of rumors about it, and then all of a sudden it's here. It actually dropped on the very day that the rumors suspected, because there was some November 18th dates in people's sources or whatever. People were talking about that date as a possibility, so I guess they actually released it when they said they would, although I think they delayed it for a long time. Anyway, I haven't heard much said about it other than the rumors of people that might have got early looks at it or something, but I do have several people that I follow on YouTube that talk about all the LLM releases. I'm sure they'll be talking about it for weeks. I haven't watched any of those videos yet, but I just had YouTube open and saw like, oh, Gemini 3. Does that mean it's like out now? And so apparently it is. So we'll see. I might do a little bit of vibe coding, but I'm not really necessarily planning to do that. What I really want to do is work on some Bible reading audio edits, but we'll see. Ironically, or I don't know if ironically is the right word, let's just say ironically a lot, like in every sentence, even if it doesn't make sense. I just vibe coded another project, which you can see here. I just gave it a stupid name. I'm not planning to necessarily release any of these vibe code projects. They're more just for my own use. I might throw them on GitHub, but I sort of resist that idea because I don't really want to maintain them or form a community around them. I'd rather just use them, and if somebody expresses interest, I can say, oh yeah, here's the code or whatever. But anyway, so anyone that's been watching my streams recently knows that I made this other vibe coded project for subtitle edits, and it's sort of still a work in progress, but it reached kind of a level of stability to the point where I started using it, and I want to like redo the CSS and the layout quite a bit. I like these colorful like pill button type things, but it kind of annoys me at the same time. So I might give it sort of more of an audio kind of look. I'd almost feel like I'd want to be inspired by the old mod file editors, like composers of the late 90s, early 2000s. I don't remember what time period that was, but I don't know, it'd be kind of cool to make something that looks sort of like that, just old school, dark themed line art kind of stuff, but we'll see. I don't really want to spend a lot of time on the looks, but some of the looks are pragmatic, so I consider myself quite a pragmatist. I don't know if that's how you say that, but very pragmatic, so it's all about how it's used for me. Looks are somewhat important because I used to be a designer and I'm an artist, so I understand all that stuff. So I can speak the visual language and understand what's good, but my first goal generally is to get something working and usable as fast as possible and to increase productivity. So like the looks of how it looks and how it's laid out is somewhat secondary unless the layout actually increases productivity, which it does always. But so I get the bare minimum going, and then I'll like fiddle with the visual side of it as time goes on. So I guess so what this one is, it's just a subtitle editor, but it also can be used indirectly as a audio editor somewhat. The funny thing is, I don't really know why I did this. I'm sort of in the vibe code mode, I guess, mood mode lately, because it's just a thing that's going around. It's a fad, it's a trend. I think it will pass. Well, I don't think it'll ever go away. No way, not a chance. It's here to stay. I'm talking about for myself. I think in my own life, it's sort of a period of time that I have to go through, and hopefully I'll come out the other side and not like spend too much time with it. I have spent too much time with it, but what I mean is I don't want this to be like my new hobby necessarily, or my new career path or anything like that. So it's really just, I consider it for fun. It is a hobby. I'm not making any money off of any of these projects. It's just personal satisfaction. And actually almost everything I do these days revolves around the Bible reading project, and I don't know what's going to happen once that's finished, but for right now, I spend a lot of my time editing these videos and audio files for those, because I need to cut them down for my second channel, Word Hike. And so that's probably what I'm going to spend the stream doing, unless I get completely distracted, which is 100% possible, maybe even very likely. For example, if I decide to do a bunch of vibe coding by improving my tools, that could be what I end up spending the time on. But we'll see. So this is the one that I've already shown on stream. It's quite fully functional and very useful, but I was sort of, I don't know what it was, but I just, even though this is pretty much vanilla.js hand built by vibe coding, so I can't say I wrote the code. But what I mean is I specifically guided the AI in very specific manners. This is not just a generic, like, build me a audio app thing. I was like, make both in layout and functionality, and even how every single button works and where it's placed and the size of everything. Basically, without writing code, I wrote everything. Like, I told exactly 100% of everything you see is guided by me here. None of this is like AI making its random choices. Like, everything you see here is 100% designed by me and guided to the microscopic level. So even though that's the case and it's mostly vanilla.js, there's very few external libraries used until I started making these plugins. Like, I have this AutoMark, and I can't remember if MaxiMark is using a plugin. I don't think that one is. That's just vanilla.js. But this, I think the only thing that I recall using external library for a JavaScript library is for this AutoMark thing, which is using some AI ONNX, I guess. I'm not really into the scene, so I may mispronounce some words. I'm using some LLM stuff to determine whether audio is voices, and that plugin uses some external stuff that I didn't vibe code myself. Other than that, it's pretty much vanilla.js, and I'm kind of proud of the fact that it was that I was able to take it this far just with AI prompts. I know that sounds really dumb, and a lot of people just completely mock the idea of vibe coding, and I get it, but there's an art to it, and if you can take it beyond one or two prompts and not come up with a complete disaster, that I believe that takes a little bit of skill, and I think you can be proud of that. because typically LLMs will get pretty catastrophically forgetful and hallucinate after just a few prompts, especially if you're working with a large code base. So if you can figure out how to get around those challenges and come up with something that that meets your needs, it's a skill set, and I would encourage people that enjoy that hobby to pursue it and develop that skill. I think it's going to be a marketable skill set in the future, and obviously the less vibe codey you can get and actually do it in a proper development environment, using IDE and tools that are built for that, that's a better approach. So definitely don't watch my videos and take example from how I do coding, because I'm doing this purely out of just almost like a social experiment or tech experiment, and as an outpouring of the other hobbies I'm involved in. So I'm not doing this in any kind of professional manner, or even just I admit or accept if someone says you're not doing it right. That's fine. I don't care. I really don't care. So anyway, this project is kind of at a plateau or a stasis, or like a spot where I'm satisfied with it for the moment. So I don't feel the need to work on this right now. The thing that's weird is, here's the second one. I'm calling it Audacity, almost like a play on words for Audacity, because it's mostly JavaScript. It's very goofy. I'll probably change the name, and I don't know how far I'll take this project. This one right here is 100% vibe coded, including some of the layout choices. Like if I start tweaking this for my own UX, UI type concerns or preferences, I'll change this up quite a bit. I don't mind these styles. These are basically AI styles that I just told it give it a dark mode. I've been giving it some guidance on layout, but generally this is kind of what it came up with. It's not bad, actually. It definitely needs some tweaking, but mainly I jumped right into this, straight full energy into it about 2 days ago, because I came to the conclusion I can only take this first project so far with LLMs, because my code base is getting so huge. Like I can't even remember how many lines. I could look into it. Let me see if I can figure that out. It's so many lines now, though, I can't feed it into an LLM and say fix this or do that. It's like I have to give it portions, and then like it has to either from its memory have the wider context or make good guesses. Otherwise, it's going to be a total disaster at this point. So definitely I 100% agree that vibe coding has its limits, and once you get to a certain size of code base, it can be an absolute nightmare to try to continue with the project unless you break it down into smaller pieces, which I sort of want to do. At some point I might try to make modules out of it so that I can work on small bits at a time, but at this point it's just a huge chunk of code that's like a bunch of it's not badly coded. It's a bunch of small functions that are very readable and understandable. I would say it's probably better than I would write code, because I don't write code anymore. But it's still kind of a mess just because there's so many functions. There's hundreds of functions, and they're all talking to each other like they should. It's very followable. I can look at it and see what's going on, but it's not broken up into chunks. It's like all in one big file, and that's kind of how that's usually the best way to vibe code, because you kind of have to say, give me a self-contained HTML file with JavaScript, CSS, self-contained, if you want to get a singular result. That's just the way it typically works, unfortunately, and so kind of a mess in that sense. But let me look at this. It's hard to talk and do stuff at the same time. I'm just curious how many lines of code it is. Pretty big. So all of this, and look at this, it's insane. So it's almost 5,000 lines of code, 4,786 lines of code, and it has some at some point, I should have done this earlier, but I started writing plugins instead of just keeping it all in the same file, which this is already too big to feed into an LLM for vibe coding purposes. I started writing plugins to extend the capabilities. So I would just say like, okay, write me a plugin that does this, and then I would just add it as a script here in the end. So going forward, that's probably how I will extend this if I want to make significant changes, because it's just the code base is way too big to work on in a vibe code setting. Obviously, I could break out the CSS and break out the JavaScript into a file and, you know, make modules and stuff, but I'm kind of done with this project for now. And so the reason I moved over to this one is kind of weird. It's a little bit misguided, and I don't think it really makes sense, but I'm doing it anyway. Basically, it's kind of the same thing as the other project, but it has a slightly different focus to it. It's meant to be an audio editor, sort of like Audacity, except that I have no interest in competing with anything that's out there or adding a million filters or features. Like, it's not meant for enhancing audio. All that I'm hoping to achieve with this second project is the ability to trim and cut audio. That's it. And if I add other features, then bonus, great, but I'm not really intending to take it any further than that. Basically, my goal is to, if possible, I could stop using Audacity and use this instead for my Bible reading edits. That's kind of my target. And I don't know if I'll reach that because I just don't know. Basically, the last 2 days I spent quite a few hours refining this, and it's up to a fairly stable level, except that, you know, with my luck, or just there's a decent chance something will break as I'm using it, and I'll be like, oh crap. Because I was up like really late last night getting it to this point, just basically screaming at Gemini and Grok to give me what I want, and they were just being complete morons. So it was very painful, very stressful. I didn't particularly enjoy it, but part of me enjoys fighting the LLM to a certain degree, because it forces you to think on their terms and think outside of your own communication style and be like, okay, what is this stupid LLM wanting me to say? The magic words. What are the magic words to get it to do what I want? And that sometimes can be an interesting challenge for me, even though it makes me angry half the time. It's kind of weird. Like, I used to think Gemini 2.5 was just amazing. Like, after stepping away from Microsoft Copilot, which is 100% trash, going to Gemini felt like it was like a giant quantum leap ahead. But more lately, I've been super disappointed with Gemini and thinking it's garbage. Like, it never gives me what I want. And so I switched over to using Grok for a while. The last week or so. Sounds like I've been doing it for for months, but I was pretty happy with Grok, and then all of a sudden it started being an idiot and not giving me what I want. And so I can never tell if my demands are too complicated for the LLMs, or if they're like waxing and waning with their actual abilities and intelligence on a daily basis. Because some days it feels like one shot, perfect fulfillment of my request, like 10 in a row. Huge, complicated requests, and it one-shots it, no errors, perfect execution. And then the next day I come back, and every single, even the most simple things I ask it to do are like, it sounds like a toddler, and it has no idea what it's doing. It just gives me 100% garbage output. I don't know what that's all about. I have somewhat of a conspiracy theory where they shift their GPU resources, or even their success rates, around the globe or around different priorities. Like, I can't prove it, but it's so bad some days that it feels like they're almost like watching what I'm doing and saying, we don't like this guy, or he's wasting too much of our resources. Let's dial down the intelligence so that he gets frustrated and stops. It feels that way. Like, it feels like it's so bad some days that it's like, what are they doing? Are they like tampering with this or something? Or did somebody hack in and delete half of their trillion parameter list, and so they're like starting over? Anyway, and other days it's just like, wow, it's so good. So, anyway, this is kind of an Audacity clone, except it's incredibly, in a way it's better than Audacity. Sadly, it's crazy, but I added some massively industry standard, powerful keystrokes and mouse ability. So we have this, basically it's an overview container down here. That's what this second waveform is. It's showing the entire thing, no matter how large it is. And so you can just like click along here and get anywhere instantly. So let's say I want to go to the beginning of this, boink, beginning of this, boink, beginning of this, boink. Instant navigation. There is no better software. I know this sounds arrogant, but it's not. There is no better way to navigate wave files than what I have created here in any software in existence. This is the best way to do it, period. So overview, you can scroll instantly anywhere. Not only that though, you can use mouse wheel up here, and you can see it's moving the overview down here. But not only that, you can shift mouse wheel up here and it goes 10 times faster. Look how fast I can go like back and forth. It's ridiculous. Basically, this is a UI UX home run perfection. And I'm not boasting about this. Basically, I'm just using I took this a completely different direction. This is not vanilla coded. This is using a bunch of pre-existing, pre-built JavaScript libraries, primarily focused on Peaks.js, which is, I kind of looked around and that felt like the most suited for my use. I looked at Wavesurfer and Peaks, and based on some searches I did, it seemed like Peaks was a better fit. So this is primarily using Peaks.js, and so everything that you see here that I'm saying is top-notch, best UI in existence, that's fact. This is the best. Like any DAW you're out there, I don't care what DAW it is. If it's using this, it's also the best. If it's not using this, it's inferior. Peaks.js and Wavesurfer.js have dialed in the UI experience for audio navigation, top-notch, as good as it gets. So it's not me. I'm not saying like, oh, look what I did. It's more like somebody else already figured this out. All I have to do is plug and play, and then I'm like light years ahead of where I was before. So basically, I just vibe coded a shell around Peaks.js, adding my own mouse and keyboard hotkeys and shortcuts. Peaks.js does not have this mouse scrolling, especially not the shift mouse scrolling in at all. It's not part of it, so I added that, which made it 100 times better. And I have some other shortcuts like page down, page up is 1 second at a time, shift page down is 10 seconds at a time. So, things like that. Right, left arrow keys are basically one screen at a time. So basically it's about as intuitive and usable as you can imagine. So I'm really proud of this, mainly not because I did anything special, but because the tools that I'm using are incredibly refined already. There's a few things about it that I'm not like a mega fan of. Like just some of the, what would you call them? Chrome, just like for me, it's a little bit off-putting or confusing, the fact that like you have this black stuff over here and green stuff. What that's essentially telling you is the black stuff is what you've already played. So wherever the playhead is, it's black behind and green ahead. And these are all choices you can make. You could make it any colors you want, obviously. These are kind of some of the defaults, but actually I don't think this is default. I made it bright green. I just tend to like bright green for audio stuff. It just feels right. But anyway, some of the visuals are a little bit like, I don't know what confusing is the right word, but it's not necessarily 100% intuitive. You're just like, why is it a different color behind? You know, it's a little bit weird. But once you get used to it, it seems okay. And what I could do to make this a little bit more intuitive is maybe make that just a darker green, or just a dark purple, or just something that's complementary or less shocking to the eye. So I could work on that. And then some of the other stuff that I'm maybe not a fan of is like the markers. The default was garbage. I changed this a little bit, and I still have yet to refine it to my satisfaction. This red thing that you see is a marker. So, and actually, yeah, for some reason, okay, so we just found another bug. I had this working before. For some reason, I can't drag it around. Normally, I should be able to drag on that little rectangle there, and it's not working. So that's on me, or it's really on AI and me, but I had that working at one point, so maybe I'll vibe code that today and see if I can get that working again. But the thing I don't really like about this, and the default was even worse, is that this rectangle was literally right in the center of the baseline of the audio, so it was actually blocking some of the audio, so you couldn't see what was happening there. Really stupid design choice. 100% a mistake. So I knew I needed to fix that. So all I did as the temporary fix was just move the rectangle down a little bit, so that if say you're working on the edge of a audio like this, you want to see exactly where it starts and stops. You need to see those sine waves moving up and down. So having this stupid rectangle right there made no sense. That was just, I don't want to say idiotic choice because that sounds rude, but it's the wrong choice. And so, yeah, I knew that needed to move down, and that's why in my original one that I made, I think this is actually better, and I wish I could port this over. I think my way is really good here. Basically, you can make a point marker here, and then you can like expand it out like this, and it makes this kind of flag thing where the top is draggable. You can move this around like this. I really like this. I came up with this completely on my own, homespun, homegrown choice. I really, really like this method. So if I can figure out how to vibe code my way in transferring that over to this other tool, I will, because I think it's just good. It's really nice. Compared to this thing with this weird rectangle, and it's just sitting there. And if you make a region, I'm not really a big fan of this, but a region is essentially like a marker with an end, a start and an end like this. They call it a region, which I'm not really necessarily a big fan of that term, but I think it could use a different name. But if you add a region, you can't even tell it's a region. It makes this thing here, which once again, I don't know why I can't drag these. That's a bug since last night. I had this all working. But basically it makes this different colored thing, and you can see this is the default. See how it's right in the center of the waveform, and it's covering up what you want to see. So at the very least it should be translucent, and even better, the handle should be either down or up. That's just obvious. That's fact. That's not disputable. It's in the way. It's covering up what you want to see. Bad choice. Bad design choice. Not only that though, it makes a start and an end, and you have no idea where the end is until you start scrolling over here and find it. Which, there it is. And for some reason I can drag the end, but not the beginning. So I need to try to fix that. Maybe there's a JavaScript console log error that I can pinpoint to figure out what's going on. But yeah, so there's no connection. If anything, it should, here's some choices. Here's some design choices. You could shade the area between the two, like a translucent color. Then you would know like where the end and beginning are based on the color change. You could have a line connecting them like I do here, which I think is a pretty good way to do it. I mean, check this out. Like if I do this auto mark thing. So I like the way I do it. I honestly think it's really good. And I guess I can brag a little bit about this because this is entirely me. This is not using a library. I came up with this. I like this a lot. They're staggered, so they're basically never going to be on top of each other. The code automatically makes a stair step. It also makes this rainbow color so that you can see clearly that, you know, when one starts and the next stops, or one starts and the next, one stops and the next starts, whatever. One ends and the next begins. It's very clear. And even if they're overlapping, like you can have, like say I put a marker here, and then I drag it out. It automatically shifts the others so they're not going to be overlapping. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good way to go. So if I can, I'm going to port this functionality over to this new tool, but I think it's going to be pretty difficult because this is not intuitive at all. Like this line with the box in the middle is very gross to me. I don't like it. Especially since that box is covering the actual waveform that you need to be able to see. It's just a bad choice. It's a little bit hard to see. Plus, for some reason, they made the choice to not show the region markers down in the overview, whereas the point markers show. So if I scroll over here, you can see this red line. That's where that marker is, which is pretty nice. I think that's a good thing. But the regions don't show. And here's what I know, though. It's not terrible. It's not the worst thing ever. Here's what they've decided. And this is not bad. This is not a bad choice. So what I can do, this UI is not part of the library. This is something I added myself. But you can change the color, which I need to make that be a static position, or static position or absolute anyway, so it's not up here in the corner. But let's make that one like purple or something. Okay, so maybe it's kind of buggy. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this is another bug I need to work out. I remember playing with this earlier and thinking like, wait, what's going on? Okay, so I guess I can't really show that, but I can just tell you what it does and maybe you can visualize. So if you change the color of a region, it actually changes the waveform color down here, which is actually I think that's pretty cool. I don't think it would work. It would just not show you what you would expect. It just wouldn't work. Whereas with this method, you can have as many overlapping as you want, and it's very clear where they start and stop. And, you know, obviously this could use some refinement as well. I could make it a little bit more visually appealing or do something with it. But I think overall I like it. I think it's pretty good. So anyway, I'd like to port that over, make the markers look like that in here if possible. But the difference is this is using JavaScript Canvas almost exclusively. Like I don't think any of these markers are actually like you know, divs or spans or anything like that. I think they're actually JavaScript generated lines and code. So the only way to access them is through JavaScript. And so you'd either have to use the styling capabilities of Peaks.js library or come up with your own hacky code that like looks into the virtual DOM and you know, styles it, which could get pretty messy pretty quick, because you don't want to break the library with your hacks so that it just malfunctions. But that may be the only way to do what I'd like to do. I think the benefit, though, perhaps, is that it's a little bit snappier. Like you'll notice that if I have hundreds of these markers in my current first tool, it's a little bit clunky. Like when I'm dragging these, you can see it's probably like, I don't know, 20 FPS or something. It's definitely not 60 FPS smooth, buttery, nice looking. It's not bad, like it's certainly usable, but I would like to see it be super clean and smooth. This thing is like butter. Like, however, I actually haven't tested by adding like, you know, clean and smooth. This thing is like butter. Like, however, I actually haven't tested by adding like, you know, 100 markers in here to see what happens. It might have the same issue. Using the canvas instead of actual HTML elements is probably more optimized, possibly, but because it's basically just pixels. But I could be wrong. I'd have to test it. Anyway, this is kind of what I've been working on, and I don't know if I feel like vibe coding. I'm kind of annoyed that those bugs are introduced because I thought I had this all working last night. So I could work on that, but I don't really want to. But what I was thinking to do a little bit of today is come up with some task that I'd like to fix and see if Google Gemini 3.0 can one-shot it, because it's like the latest LLM release. It just came out today. Let's just, you know, see how good it is. I thought that could be kind of fun, or at least nerdy for the nerdy people in the room. Could be interesting. So I've thought about that. Let's see, markers aren't draggable suddenly, especially start marker on regions. Though end markers are draggable oddly. And then, yeah, point markers definitely aren't draggable. So let's find every bug that I can locate in a short period of time, and just see if Gemini can just one-shot fix them. I don't remember if there's any. Oh, I know a huge one. There's a huge one. Yeah. So I am trying to make it so you can actually export your edits to a lossless audio file like FLAC or WAV. And so that's what these buttons are for, export, FLAC, and WAV. But it doesn't work currently. I think it actually kind of crashes, so I shouldn't have even clicked on it. But in fact, I think it totally kills the tab. I'm just going to close that. I'm going to take a quick break, so I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. Let's see, what was I doing? Let's see. Oh, let me turn the volume down just a bit. Sounds like a nice song, though. Kind of want to just listen to it. Okay, that's good. So I do have local storage, IndexedDB for undo, redo, and all these markers and regions store. So if I open it back up after closing it, brings that back. I wasn't sure if that was working. I had it. That was one of the things I stayed up really late last night for, trying to get that to work, because I had it working at one point. And I added a bunch of new stuff and it broke that. And so I was just like, oh crap. And I spent a ton of time trying to get my way out of that problem. So I think that's working now, which is good. Except I don't know how reliably it's working, because that was a nightmare. One of the things that's actually good about vibe coding, no matter who you are, some people like despise vibe coding and they're gonna try to tear you down if you do it and make fun of you and say you're not as good as them and all this kind of elitism stuff, which fine, I don't really care, honestly. But one of the things is really good about vibe coding or AI LLMs in general is it will find stuff that you would never find. Like, it would be so hard to find it. Like, a good example of that is bugs in a library that you're just starting to use. Like, how on earth would you know that? You would just assume, oh, they must, it should be working, so I must be doing something wrong, right? Well, no, sometimes there's actually a bug in somebody else's code that you're just using and you can't dissect the code. You don't have time for that. Nor would you even know to do that. You would generally, when you're like a developer or programmer, you kind of just assume if something's going wrong, it's probably something that you did. And unless, you know, like even if like developer tools console log says there's an error in the code of the library you're using, you still probably think it's you. You're like, oh, I probably made the API call wrong, or I'm not understanding how the functions work, and so I'm not interacting with it properly. But there's actually bugs in, code out there, and if you don't like dig really deep into forums or look at GitHub and like look at the issues and all that stuff, you would have no idea that that's the case, and you would just be hitting your head against the wall for hours, only to find out days, weeks, months later that it had nothing to do with anything you did. It's an error in somebody else's code. And the thing that's amazing about LLMs is, depending on how good they are, they will just know that. They literally know that, and it can save you hours. It'll literally, like last night, Grok was telling me, oh yes, that's a known bug in peaks.js since version 2 all the way through 3x, which I'm using. And so I was like, oh, well, that's nice to know. Like, how the heck did you know that? It literally knows everything on the internet, which is unbelievable. If something's on the internet, it knows it. I don't think you can find anything that it just hasn't read yet, seemingly. That's the impression I get. So basically, it has all that information in its head, so if it encounters that pattern, and it will use that information to your benefit. So it saves you a lot of time. And not only does it know about all that stuff, but it probably is aware of a way to fix it, because somebody somewhere out there on Stack Exchange or some forum or something has made everyone aware of it, and they've come up with some kind of code fix or whatever. And so it has all that information in its knowledge base. And so, yeah, it's kind of amazing. So it found this very obscure bug. And apparently it's one, I don't know if the makers of the library are stubborn, refuse to fix it, or it's too difficult to fix or something like that. But it's a long-standing issue for years, probably, at least through several version cycles, like big, full number of version cycles. It's still there. Ironically, the AI, the LLM, fixed the bug. So basically, if it were to issue, I'm not very good at the terminology of GitHub because I don't use it anymore. But if they were to issue like a correction, they could literally tell the developer, "Hey, I figured out the fix for this bug that's been in your code for 5 years straight. Here it is." And maybe it's not the best fix ever, but it literally fixes it. I mean, that's kind of amazing. Kind of scary too. Anyway, so basically it came up with a workaround for this massive bug in the library I'm using, and it saved me massive headache because I couldn't figure it out. And actually Gemini could not figure it out. Gemini was not aware of that bug at all. Grok knew it just offhand. It was like, "Oh yeah, I know about that." I didn't even know there was a bug. I just thought, like, why isn't this working? And it said, there is a known issue in this library from versions this to that, and this is what it does or doesn't do, and here's how to fix it. And I was like, whoa, sick. Anyway, very impressive. So yeah, let's decide if I'm going to do any vibe coding tonight. I need to find a couple key bugs that I want to fix. Another thing would be give AI a screenshot of SRT edit with my rainbow staggered flag markers and see if it can incorporate those into the new paradigm of using peaks.js, either with a custom marker factory or external plugin. Etc. Okay, so that will be something I could ask. What else? I guess I could, what would be kind of fun is to just, if my code base isn't too large yet, it'd be kind of fun to feed the whole thing in there and say, make this better. I might try that. Feed the entire JS City code base into Gemini 3 and C and ask it to style it according to kind of have to give it some guidance, otherwise it will make bad choices. Maybe style it to look like a 90s mod editor, like or editing S3Ms, XM, IT, mod, etc. Very custom, not cookie cutter. CSS. Okay. We'll see if it can do that. That would be kind of cool. What else? Oh, well, suggest icon library, free and open source. You can link to public repository, public CDN for icons, and I'll download them later. Okay. What else? I know. Make the layout full screen and intuitive on any screen size. Never scrolling the markers and regions outside of view, but giving them a flexbox percentage allocation and max height with Y scroll overflow. Also, if necessary, to keep from annoying scrolling on phone screens, obscure away some features under an expandable menu, like hamburger or whatever seems most intuitive from a usability standpoint. For example, file-based operations like import and export are not used very often and can be hidden in a menu. Marker panel can slide up to full view when clicked, but be partially slid down to favor space for waveform, nav by default, etc. Okay, so buttons should all have intuitive icons, and the text of the buttons will hide and have cover titles. Just the browser built in, not an actual JS tooltip. To describe name in 3-word max. Function description. Okay. What else? Make groupings of buttons logically so that they are not all just in a grid, but some are touching in a bay of sorts if they are related. For example, we need to add home, prev, next, last, and which equate to home key, page down, page up, page down, and end keys to navigate the waveform view. These would be logical to visually group together. Also, that means to add home to beginning and end to end functions in the JS. So add those and event listener them to the buttons that we create. Add these same nav buttons to the markers and regions panel so we can focus, highlight each one with next and prev as well as first, last. Add all those buttons and their event listeners and assign them when clicked. Don't change any of my hotkeys or mouse functions right now. I like them. Just connect the button logic and create the buttons if they don't exist. Arrange the buttons in logical placements according to like functionality. Anything marker related should be removed from the main tool area and be placed near the marker panel below. Enhance the file picker inputs. I hate standard browser ones. Get rid of the file name as it takes up too much space. However, make it a title on the button input so it can be hovered. Tooltip to discover the file name. All right, what else can we do? Basically, I'm writing a prompt, and if you don't spend a lot of time with AI, LLMs, prompts, whatever, if you're farther than I am, don't take my advice like you already got it figured out. But if you're just starting, this is the kind of prompts you should be writing. Very, very long, very verbose, very specific. Just use this as an example. Like you can write an entire page, like 1,000 words. Do it. Absolutely do it. Spend that time, and you'll get the results you want. If you just say, make me an app, it'll suck. Or it'll be okay, but it won't be what you really wanted, and then you're going to have to like spend a bunch of time like ironing it out or modifying it. Whereas if you give it very, very specific directions like I'm doing here, extremely verbose, it'll generally give you pretty close to what you're looking for, and then you can just either further prompt it out to iron it out to exactly what you want, or you can just hand code it yourself and fix it. Like generally what I do is I get it as close as I can, and then if it's CSS related, I'll literally hand code it because I'm not really a master anymore. Back in the 2000s, I was a master of CSS. I knew every single thing there was to know about CSS at that time. But you know, things have changed a lot since then, and so I'm a little bit rusty. I don't really do it that much anymore, but I'm still pretty good at it, so I can always get the result I want if I just go and hand code the CSS myself, and I don't hate doing that. Whereas writing JavaScript and stuff I kind of hate these days, so I don't really do that much anymore. And so, but I don't mind working with CSS. So if I see something that's like not pixel perfect exactly how I want it, I'll go in and literally just write the code myself and fix it. But if I can get it as close as possible with a prompt just to save a bunch of time, then I'll do that. And in everything you do, use dry senior developer principles so we don't have a ton of pointless, duplicated, sloppy code. You can also guide it like that. It generally will do these kinds of things on its own because why wouldn't it? But if you give it as much guidance as possible, you can give it very specific guidance. It's like if you have some kind of style, programming style, or I'm not in this space at all, but say there's a naming convention of commenting style or coding style, like use classes, use objects, use functions, use this, whatever. Use it. Like there's some named guy that came up with this standard practice. Use this. Whatever you like, tell it to do, and it will try to follow those guidelines. I do that constantly. Like I'll say stuff like, don't put a bunch of mod information near comments. Like if you don't tell it to, it'll say fixed this in the comment, and you're just like, oh, that's crap. Like get rid of that. Things like that. But you can just give it guidance, as much detail as you like to, and it will include all of that in its output. Let's see, what else can I do? I can write the prompt. The thing is, look at how many things I'm asking it to do. You can actually just focus on one thing at a time, but I think it's way more interesting to give it ridiculous prompts like this that ask for 1,000 changes and see if it can handle it. And to be honest, I've never done this big of a change. This is pretty huge. I have done things almost to this scale, and with Grok, it's one-shotted it quite often, and I'm just like floored. I'm absolutely amazed. I'm like, what? You didn't ignore any of the details. Like nothing was left out. So I think it'd be fun just to write this ridiculous prompt and see if it can actually provide the entire HTML script self-contained with all these described changes. Now it's big. It's a big change, but it's a big roll mod, but you can handle it. All right. Let's see, what else do I want to do? I honestly, I don't think it's going to do this. If Gemini 3 can handle this big of a prompt and actually achieve it, I'll kind of be blown away. I doubt it, but it's a fun test. Let's see. Oh, I know what I want to do. Style CSS. At first I was writing from a third person perspective or whatever. I need to change it so it's talking to the model and giving it instructions. Let's see. Look at the... Oh, I think I already had this in there. I don't want to duplicate. Oh, I have it up here. All right. Look at the screenshot I included of my other similar app. See the waveform container. It has colored markers that are staggered like stairs from top to bottom in order of their starting times. I have an auto color checkbox in that app that automatically assigns cycled colors in this way. Here are the hex color codes. Let's see if I can find those. Try to replicate this functionality exactly using marker factories. Custom marker factory with a plugin.js file called color that I can include, which extends the functionality of the markers to fit this visual style. These type of markers would technically be called regions in the Peaks.js dialect. In my app, I call ranged markers just like point markers. Anyway, this auto color plugin should affect both point markers and regions. The staggering should adjust based on screen size so that they never scroll vertically out of view. So there needs to be a event listener for window resizing, etc. to reposition them. The goal is to not overlap markers vertically when their times intersect and overlap. Okay. I'm just going to give this giant paragraph and see what it can do. Let's see, what else do I need to do? Oh, try not to reinvent the wheel if any of this functionality is built in to Peaks.js or any of the other JS libraries you see in my script tags included. All right, what else? Point markers definitely aren't draggable. Okay, I'm gonna, I think this is too much if I try to have it fix the bugs and all of these visual changes. I think I'm just gonna focus on the visual changes and see how far it can get. And then I'll go back and address the bugs. And I don't have to like commit these changes to my code. Basically, I'll just save it as a separate file and decide if I want to incorporate any of it. I'm just curious what it can do. I think honestly the token limit is going to be reached, and it'll just be like, I can't do all that, but I just want to see. It'd be kind of interesting. Let's see, where do I have that styling stuff? Free and open source. Nice. CSS transition, fading, hover, effects, etc. Okay. Okay, let's just see what happens. I think this would be just a fun experiment. The challenge will be if it can even accept my file, my code, as an attachment. The other thing is, oh, I know what I want to do. Let's see. Tell me a bit about yourself. Is this Gemini 2.0, 2.5 Flash, or is Fast also considered 3.0 now? I am the Flash 2.5. Okay, so this is still 2.5, but if I go here, you can go into thinking and it will supposedly be using Gemini 3. So that's probably the only thing. The thing about the thinking mode, or the whatever, yeah, just thinking mode, I guess, you can only get a couple prompts in before you reach the daily allocation of token limits, and so I don't use that very much. Usually I use Gemini 2.5 Flash, and it's kind of disappointing that Fast is still using 2.5. I was kind of hoping they upgraded that as well, but I guess that might come later. It's still usable for certain tasks, but it's definitely not very intelligent, so I'm not going to waste my time with that. There's no chance it would get that in one shot, just from experience. So let me see what we can do here. Let's just throw this prompt in there and see what we get. I think this is going to be... I don't know if I'm going to be shocked and amazed or just like laugh at how bad it is. I have no idea. I think this is probably a good enough prompt to see what we can get out of this thing. So this is going to be just a one-time experiment. I don't have... any subscription to Google or any LLM. I'm not willing to pay any money for this stuff, so I do all the free stuff, and it's limited how much you can do. Usually it's a 24-hour period where it resets, and you can maybe do 5 or 10 prompts in that period of time, depending on the size of the token, you know, how much you're saying and how much it responds with. Big prompts like this, I can usually only get 1 or 2 out of it before it's like done for the day, and I have to come back later the next day. But with the fast models like Gemini 2.5 Flash and Grok Fast, you can do it. I mean, you can work on it pretty heavily all day long before you reach any kind of limit, typically. And as far as I know, Gemini 2.5 Flash doesn't have a limit. I've never been told like, oh, well, maybe... Have I? I don't think I've ever reached a limit. I just keep going and going and going, but it's definitely a very high limit, whatever it is. Let's see what this does. I think this is going to be probably not as amazing as everyone thinks, but I mean, not as amazing as like the influencer content creators always like to make it sound, but we'll see. Let's go for it. It might even just say, sorry, you have to sign in for this or something. I don't know. Or like sign up for a subscription or whatever. I think it's going to be kind of crazy. Like it's a big ask. That's for sure. Oh, I'll be right back. I want to check something here. Oh, well, wait a minute. Just see how long this takes and what it comes up with. Alright, this is a significant architectural modification. I've restructured the application to match the 90s Tracker mod editor aesthetic inspired by Fast Tracker 2, Impulse Tracker. Nice. That's what I couldn't remember the name of those. And implemented the complex auto color staggering logic. Wow, okay. Key changes, features, tracker aesthetic, font uses VT32. Oh, cool. I didn't even think to ask that. It made an intuitive choice to use kind of a pixelated terminal font. That should be interesting. Palette, it might look kind of like crap, but we'll see. Palette, high contrast dark grays, neon greens, specific color cycle you provided. UI element, buttons look like chunky hardware switches or text mode UI elements. Hover creates a scanline brightness boost, okay. Layout, full screen Flexbox application, no browser scrolling, auto color, staggering engine to plugin. I created a logical block acting as auto color JS. Staggering logic implements a lane system, analyzes all markers and regions, calculates overlaps and assigns them to vertical lanes. That's cool. I like the terminology, lanes. It's very intuitive. Rendering, the custom marker factory now calculates Y position and height dynamically based on the total. Oh, I forgot to put my screenshot in. Shoot, how's it gonna know what I want? I might have to like paste that in. Sometimes I wish it was smart enough to say, you mentioned a screenshot and you didn't supply it. Kind of like email apps of the past or present where it says, you mentioned attached. Did you mean to attach something? Let's see. Hamburger menu, file operations, load exporter tucked away, good. Button bays, good. Sliding marker panel, the bottom marker allows the waveform to take up most of the screen but can be slid up, good. New nav buttons, yep. Custom file inputs. Good. Alright, it's acknowledging everything that I said, so let's see if it actually can deliver on all that. That's a big change. I'm guessing it won't. I think it'll be buggy and broken because just the experiences I've had with this library, PXJS, have been kind of painful. And if it gets it in one shot, I'll be quite surprised. It might have even deleted some of my logic, which would be... I should have probably said that, like, don't delete any of my logic, because sometimes if you forget to say something like that, it might just take some artistic freedom and just like, oh, I decided to delete half of your features. It's usually not going to do stuff like that unless it's hitting some kind of token limit where it's like, I can't remember half of what was in that code, and so it only gives you back a portion of it, which is very irritating. But that's probably my biggest complaint about AI that I run into is just my code gets too big or I ask too much of it and it forgets half of what I was talking about. And so we'll see if it did that or not. Let's just paste it in and see what happens. Oops, I meant to check the line count. Okay, so that's not a good sign. It's decreasing by 500 lines potentially. So just Okay, so it's not quite as bad. About 400 lines. It may have optimized the code, but my guess is that it probably got rid of some stuff, almost for sure, but let's see. That seems super likely. The reason I stopped using Gemini is because of that very thing. It has a way smaller, I don't know what it's called, token window or limit, and it just stops producing code that's bigger than its limitation. So it decides, okay, I need to fit it in this length of response. What am I going to cut out? And it's garbage in that sense. That's why you need to modularize your code into chunks so that you can feed chunk at a time rather than your entire script. It seems almost guaranteed that it chopped a bunch of functionality out. But I'm not gonna like worry about that right now. I kind of just want to see what it did first. Alright, so first use of Gemini 3 Pro. Huge refactor of visual UI elements. Let's just see what happens. Okay, so I will be right back. Check something here. Okay, let's see what it did. Yeah. Let's go back to here. This is going to be interesting. So here's the big reveal. Let's see what happens. I'm just going to hard refresh and see. Oh, wait a minute. Let's make sure I didn't skip anything. It might have... is that all that it told me here? Okay, so it just gave me the code. I just want to make sure it didn't, like, give me a second... yeah. I'm almost sure that it deleted stuff, but so it must have like put that autocolor JS thing in straight in here somewhere. I was kind of hoping it would give me a separate output for that so I could just save it as a JS file and upload it, but apparently it probably put it straight in here somewhere. Which also means that it definitely deleted code, because if it dropped 400 lines of code and added all that stuff, it had to delete something out of there for sure, and I'll figure that out later. But well, basically I'm not going to keep the results of this prompt. This is more just a fun experiment to see how good or crap it is. So let's see how Gemini 3 does in its big debut. Is it a joke or is it amazing? Huh. That's not bad. Ah. That's... okay, visually, I'm pretty impressed. That actually does have the styling aesthetic of 90s. Oh, sick. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty sick. That's very cool, in fact. Visually, this is stunning. I would say it's quite great. Let's load an audio. That's impressive. Let's see what it looks like, though. It might look, I mean, the waveform, it might be a complete train wreck. Huh, okay. It didn't really, you know, mess that up, so that still works. Does this still work? Oh, cool. It made it red instead of black. That's a good choice. I would maybe make it purple or something, but, or a dark blue. That's not bad. It subtly changed the shade of green from bright green to a more slightly muted green, which is a good choice. Does it still work? Okay. Work at the tent of meeting. This service of the Kohathites at the tent of meeting regards the most holy things. Obvious functionality whenever the camp sets out. I'm actually amazed at how good this interface looks. This is a knock it out of the park kind of. Yeah, I'm impressed. Okay, so these markers, what do these do? Oh, that's kind of cool. So is that? I gave it little icons. That's good. Looks like the... Okay. Oh, sick. So it does jump to the markers. That's excellent. And it gave a little X for delete. That's really good choice. I like that it gave these headers for the table rows. I mean the table columns. The way it chose to do that is pretty clever. I didn't ask it for that, but it did it. What are these? Let's see. What are these? Oh, add marker. Okay. So here's a marker. Yeah, I forgot to give it the screenshot, so it had no clue what I was asking for. It did, however, put the rectangle intuitively above where the waveform is, which is a good choice. Now, what happens if I have a region? Oh, sick! So the region actually has okay, so it doesn't. I didn't tell it about the bug where I can't drag on the beginning handle, but I can drag on the end one. So it didn't know to fix that. I could have added that in there. So I can't drag these, but look at how it has a green shade. Remember how earlier I was saying regions should have like a shade to them? It just intuitively made that decision, which is cool. However, the little block handles are still potentially in the center. So it basically, it made the markers have shifted lanes, but the regions, oh, for some reason I can click on that one. But for some, yeah, I still can't click on the beginning, which is unfortunate. And for some reason I can't click on the end of this one. But that's not its fault. That was already a bug that I was needing to address. So that's overall, I mean, I like the dotted line approach with the flags on the bottom or top is good. What I can't really fully test this because of the dragging errors. But honestly, without this, I should have, this is what I meant to give it as a screenshot. I could like, let me see as a secondary follow-up what it can do about this. Overall, I would say this is a win. I don't see anything that's like an obvious bug or problem here. I'm quite impressed. The view, I didn't see. Okay, yeah. The zooming still works, and you can, for some reason the vertical zoom is broken, so that probably has a JS error, or it might, honestly, because we got like 400 lines less code, it might have actually just deleted certain things like this. But as far as visually and UI, I think it knocked it out of the park. I am quite impressed. Like, I would actually just run with this UI. I would just be like, yeah, I'll use that. I don't even need to tweak it that much, if at all. It's really good. I would probably end up changing a few things, but overall, it's like, oh, I forgot about that. That's sick. That's exactly what I asked for too. So you can, if you're not working with markers and you just want more space for working on the waveforms that did what I asked, the only thing that it needs to do is when it compacts, it either needs to grow the overview bar to fill that space, or the main waveform needs to scale up, which I think could be challenging to incorporate that using the PXJS code, but otherwise it's pretty amazing. I would say this is a win. I can't use this code because I have to go back and make sure it didn't like delete a bunch of really important functions, but overall, it didn't introduce any bugs that I'm aware of. All the bugs that you're seeing here are bugs that I was already aware of. So basically it did everything I asked it to for the most part, and I just forgot to give it the screenshot. Let's see what it does with this. I forgot to give the screenshot for the marker appearance. Here it is. Can you match this? By the way, the auto color needs a checkbox, and if checked, it will automatically assign in order that rainbow-esque array I gave you, so that they cycle as you see in the screenshot. So it's really easy to see the separation of markers. Try to update the marker factory to fit these styles. Keep in mind that point markers and regions both should follow this style guide. I don't think it's going to be able to do this because there's limitations on what can be done with the PXJS marker factory options from what I understand, so I'd have to write it a whole please, let's see. I noticed you probably dropped some of my functions in the JS I provided simply because there are 400 less lines overall and you added the auto color. If you can identify stuff you removed and add it back in, please do. Otherwise, if you can verify that no functionality is lost and you just refactored, that's acceptable. Please address this in a response. At a glance, I think maybe you dropped the vertical zooming feature. The slider is still there, but it doesn't do anything. Overall, you knocked it out of the park and really captured the mod editor vibe and all of my requests. See if you can take it one step further and address these latest concerns. Oh, and if you can figure out why markers and regions are bugged out in that I can't drag them currently, fix that while you are at it. All right, let's see what it can do with this. Is there anything else? Let me look at my markers aren't draggable suddenly. Yeah. Point markers definitely aren't draggable. Yeah. I'd like point markers to have similar flag appearance as you see in the screenshot, but the handles are just a very narrow box instead of the lane box that goes all the way across from start to end, since point markers only have a start time and no end. Okay, let's see what it can do. So far, like I don't feel like screaming at Gemini today, which that to me that means it's greatly improved. That's the best metric you can best metric and testimony you can receive from me today is if I'm not like pulling my hair out and like bashing my head against the wall and basically cursing Gemini out of existence, then it's doing a decent job. All right, so let's see. Here's how I'll address your concerns. Marker appearances, matching screenshots. Regions will be drawn as a solid filled rectangles taking up the calculated lane height. Point markers will use the flag style seen in your screenshot. This means a vertical line and then a shorter filled rectangle. Exactly, yes. It understands what I was asking. At the top of its lane, this flag will have a fixed height of 20 pixels. Yep. Mine were 15, but 20 is fine. Rather than filling the entire lane like a region, this differentiates them visually while still using the staggering. The handle for dragging will be associated with the flag. Color assignment. Auto color plugin will now conditionally assign colors based on yes. Okay. I like that. Wire its state. That's a good way to say it. Restoring lost functionality at vertical zooming. You're absolutely correct. My previous implementation connect the slider to set amplitude scale, but the initial peaks in it options were missing. The amplitude scale. Okay. Marker region dragging bug. This is a subtle one, often related to how draggable is enabled in peaks. Okay. My previous response aimed for brevity and clarity, leading to some consolidation. I've re-examined the original script you provided. Mentally, oh shoot, as I don't have it directly in front of me now, relying on common peaks. See, that's the thing. So this is already exhibiting catastrophic forgetting, because I provided it my entire script, so it should still have that in its memory bank, but it already forgot my code exists. So basically each new prompt is a new experience, as if you never talked to it before, which is a large portion of the challenge in dealing with AI, is it doesn't remember what you previously talked about in the context window is like basically each prompt is a new conversation. It may as well be, which sucks, but that's just the way AI works currently. Eventually they might overcome that, but so far I haven't seen any huge progress in that area. The primary areas of potential loss would be advanced audio export, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I could have added that. Added a placeholder note in the export function to acknowledge this. Okay. That would be one of the next things I would ask it to do, and I forgot to ask it, is to fix the FLAC wave export, which it at least acknowledged that that is a thing. Updated plan, okay. My guess is that this is going to remove even more stuff. And that's usually how it goes when you're hitting a token limit or something. It like you say, you just removed 400 lines of code, and it says, oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I did. And then it removes like 500 more because it has no idea what it removed and what it just forgets stuff. Like, look at this. So we have, we're definitely hitting a wall here with response length limitations. Let's see. Let's try to get our way around this. I don't think it's going to work, but so it gave me incomplete code. One way around this, sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't, is you cut off here. Please continue where you left off. I cut and pasted the first part already. This sometimes works, but it depends on how much memory it's used up already. It may just hallucinate and come up with a bunch of crap that doesn't continue where it left off, but if you're lucky, it still might have the rest of the script in its memory and be able to fill it in. I'm guessing this is going to be a disaster, though. That's my prediction. It's also doing the entire thinking process again rather than just spitting out the continuation, so that means it's using up more of its token limit, so it's probably not gonna, it's probably gonna start over from the very top of the HTML file instead of following my instructions, and then it'll, no, never mind, looks like it may have figured that out. Let's see. I still think this is going to be a disaster, though, because of that hitting the token limit. We're going to get some severe catastrophic forgetting and hallucination, probably, but might get lucky. You really don't want to interrupt AI if you're in the middle of this kind of thing where you have a big ask and you're waiting to see what it's going to come up with, because if you like do something to interrupt it, that entire conversation is lost and you have to start over. So it's all about strategy in giving it the best chance at remembering what you're doing and what it's doing. So I try to just like wait for it. I mean, I can work on other things, but like certain apps may actually die if you defocus the window, or, you know, just gotta be careful if you're doing something important like that. Okay, so let's see what this does. Okay, good news is it has 200 lines more than before, so it added stuff instead of catastrophically forgetting even more. So that's a good sign. Okay. 117. Forgot to give a screenshot of markers, so asked for another big style update and to fix marker dragging, etc. Okay. All right, let's see what we got. This might be a mess, but yeah, it's encouraging that the length of the code didn't get smaller, so it didn't completely lose its mind. But we might have a completely buggy mess here if it didn't pick up where it left off properly on that second prompt. My guess is that it's probably not going to work exactly right, but never know. One of the downsides to using a completely client-side JavaScript audio or video editor kind of thing is that it generally doesn't keep the audio file or video file in memory, so you have to reload it. But I do have save state stuff going on where it remembers all the markers and stuff, supposedly. But I don't think it's going to be able to do the marker factory. I think I'm going to have to write a plugin or have it write a plugin that addresses that. Let's see. Okay. I'm just going to delete all these markers and start over and see what it does. So let's put the cursor here, add a region. Okay, so it's adding a colored region. It's not doing the flag thing. It probably doesn't know how to do that, to be perfectly honest. It also got rid of my mouse scroll wheel functionality, which is unfortunate, but not too surprising. Let's add another one. Okay, so it did do auto color. This is a yellowish instead of red. The next one should be like green or something, maybe yellow. That might be the orange there. Okay, green. So it did essentially do what I asked. It just didn't. It wasn't able to figure out the marker factory styling to mirror my styling choices. Let's see. Actually, before I... Okay, it may have fixed the dragging. Let's... It did. Okay, cool. It fixed the drag. That's awesome. Impressive. But it did get rid of my scroll wheel, which is kind of annoying because that's one of my favorite features that I personally added, which isn't part of the base library. Let's just start over. So what I want to do is I want to go to the beginning and make a huge region in this. Okay, so let's make a region here. And then let's zoom out as far as we can and then make this pretty big. Okay, we still have a dragging issue for some reason, and it may relate to the zoom. Never thought to check that, but it fixed the vertical zoom. That's awesome. So it completely succeeded in that. Look at how smooth and buttery and instant that is. That kind of blows my mind. That same thing implemented on my homespun thing. I actually have I just have a button for it. Where is it? You can't see it, but it's up here. I just have 3 options, 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, and it's just like it basically re-renders it, and same with the horizontal zoom. It's acceptable and it's totally fine, but the cool thing about this Peaks.js library is that it can do that dynamically and much more smoothly and quickly. So for some reason on certain zoom levels, possibly, or just overall, it didn't 100% fix the draggable markers, which is weird. It was working the very first view that I had going on, but after the first drag, they just like somehow self-disabled. Okay, so let's add a new region here. Yeah, it's kind of annoying when I can't drag those. I can drag them now, but I don't understand, like, sometimes it doesn't work. It's just kind of weird. All right, then let's add another region, like right here. It's a green one. Overall, it did something that I find completely acceptable. Like, I'm not so stuck on my flag, staggered stair-step flag thing that I couldn't adapt and use this. It still needs to, at the very least, these little drag handles need to be down near the bottom so they're not interfering visually with the waveform. Because like if you have this little box over the edge of like where you're trying to get a border of a speech thing, a peak or whatever, blip, you can't even see where it's intersecting because that stupid handle is covering the waveform. That's just like whoever made Peaks.js made a very bad mistake with that style choice. At the very least, it should be only showing when you hover in that area, but more likely a better choice. If you really want to have it in the center like that, which I don't know why you would, it should be translucent so you can still see what's behind it. The fact that they're opaque and you can't even see the waveform right there is just really dumb. I shouldn't say dumb, that's kind of rude, but it's the wrong choice. Okay, so yeah, let's just keep adding these. I just want to see if it correctly cycles the colors in a sensible manner. The other thing I wanted to check is what does it look like on the overview pane when I'm adding these. I wanted to see if it would change the color of the waveform, because I think the default behavior that I was noticing on when I was playing with this earlier is if you change the color, it was changing the actual waveform color rather than putting a box around it, which I actually thought was kind of interesting. Not a bad choice, but it looks like it's not doing anything. You can't, well, no, that's not right. I think you can see tiny rectangles near the center of the waveform to represent the regions, which is really hard to see, and so that needs to be revised, fixed, whatever. And it's intermittently, like randomly deleting the ability to click on these handles. I don't know what the story is there. Sometimes I can resize them, like I can resize this one, but for some reason I can't click on this one. It's just kind of buggy. But that's not something that Gemini did. That was a bug that was already there from previous AI vibe coding sessions. I had this all working at one time, and then somehow one of the changes that AI made just like killed the markers drag function. Purple, that looks cool actually. Purple always goes good with green. Maybe because I'm a Batman fan and like Joker colors, but it always just works. Or like a blue-violet, color. All right. Yeah, it's cycling colors properly. It did what I asked in that regard. I just can't resize these. Actually, a really cool style choice. I don't know if you can accomplish this with CSS, possibly with blend modes. I don't know if CSS has those. I can't remember, but if it did like blend mode color, then it would actually change the green to like a lighter version of this magenta color. And same with, this would be like a sort of a lapis lazuli color inside of that. You know, that would be really cool if it could do that, but that may be asking too much, because otherwise it's going to clash. You know, red, this nasty red with the green looks like disgusting, but it would look really cool if what was behind it was the same color, just a lighter version of it, which it might be possible to do that. The other option would be to just have white as the waveform color, and then all the colors would, look good. That's probably a good way to go. Okay, so generally though, it did do what I asked. It did do the color cycling, auto color assignment thingy. So not bad. It didn't really accomplish the flag appearance at all. So in a sense, that's a total fail. But the fact that it's even able to access the marker factory and do anything successfully without a bunch of errors. I haven't even looked at we do have a single JavaScript error going on, which it can probably fix that pretty easily. But overall, nothing's like horribly broken any more than it was. So I would say it did okay. I wouldn't say it nailed it 100%, but it did pretty good. This is, like, to me, this is acceptable. See, that was weird. I was able to drag it. I'm dragging it from, okay, maybe that's the key. There's like a offset in the drag handle. That's probably what's going on. Let me try that on another one. Drag over here somewhere. Interesting. So some of them you can drag, some of them seem to have the handle invisibly offset somewhere near where it should be, but not quite. So yeah, that's interesting. I could probably have it fix that though, with relative ease. I could probably figure that out. Now they're all working for some reason. I don't know why, except for this one. Yeah, so if it's not working, then just try dragging like a few pixels inside, and you can probably find where the handle is. That seems to be the case. That's not the end of the world, but obviously that should be fixed. But at least you can use it. And maybe am I seeing things? I'm seeing like a sort of a shadow here. I feel like that's an optical illusion, but anyway. All right, well, that was fun, I guess. I'm not going to necessarily keep these changes. I might try to incorporate them, especially if I can just like drop in the CSS that it made and take advantage of this interface, because I really like what it did with the mod player styles. It did pretty good job there. I'd be very happy with using these. The slide on the marker bar is pretty cool. So yeah, I would definitely keep a good portion of what this did. I would just tweak it quite a bit with further prompts and possibly some hand coding of CSS and other stuff. But overall, I would say I'm fairly pleased and impressed with Gemini, especially compared to Gemini 2.5, which I scream at constantly. Which I don't. That's one of the reasons I don't really like using AI. It brings out the worst in me, and I'm not afraid to share that on my stream. Like, I could just pretend like I'm like super professional and patient and never get angry, which I generally am not an angry person, but lately my life has been kind of difficult, and I've allowed my circumstances to get the better of me, and I never take it out on people. I'm a very quiet, patient, kind person to humans, but like for some reason AI has like triggered my carnal nature into feeling free to like yell at the stupid machine because it's not doing what I want it to do, which I don't really like that, seeing that come out in myself, to be honest. I'd rather just either not use it or get to the point where I can accept that it's just a stupid machine and it's not a person trying to make me angry. It feels like it's trying to make me angry, like it's programmed to make me angry. Sometimes that's how it feels, and so I'm just like, yeah, I don't exhibit my highest fruit of the spirit of self-control in that moment, and I allow it to get the better of me. Which in a way, I'm thankful to have it expose an area that I need to work on, but at the same time, it's very painful to see how easily I'm angered by it. And the other danger, this is something I think this is the reason I'm sharing this also, is I think it's something in case you see this exhibited in yourself, the same kind of pattern in your thought life or your response to AI. One thing I would like to caution my compatriots or culture or countrymen, or just doesn't matter where you live, don't allow AI to change who you are as a human being, especially in your inner parts, your soul, your spirit, the way you worship God or the way you interact with your family and friends. Because if you get too wrapped up in the AI world, just like social media or cell phones or other technological advances, it can actually affect your person in ways that you may not be aware. And if you're not the kind that like constantly checks yourself, you may end up slowly becoming someone that you don't recognize a year from now if you get too wrapped up in some kind of tech revolution and forget how to just be a normal person who goes outside and goes on hikes and, goes and sits at a restaurant and reads a book, or, I'm just throwing out random examples, but just my caution to humanity in this, no one's listening, but don't lose yourself in AI and don't allow it to shift your value system in a direction that you never saw coming or you never wished to allow. Keep yourself in check, and if you see that AI is affecting you in some kind of negative way when you're using it too much, either step away or just at least, if you're a believer, pray about it and say, Lord, what do you want me to do about this? I don't like what's happening here. Is this becoming something that's dishonoring to you or separating me from my connection with you? Because I wouldn't lose that at any cost, and I'd rather just throw all this in the trash than take that risk. Just have an open conversation with the Lord or with friends and family. If you're married, say, hey, wife, what do you think about this AI stuff and how it's affected me in the last 6 months? Is it okay with you, or is this causing a stumbling block in our relationship? Have you noticed changes that bother you? You gotta be open in your communication channels with people in your life about everything, really. AI is just the latest thing. There'll be something else later. So anyway, generally speaking, I am not absolutely blown away by my first experiences with Gemini 3, but I would say it's kind of bumped up to the level of at least where I was experiencing with Grok 4, 4.1, whatever. Because for a while I stopped using Gemini entirely because it was so bad. Like Gemini 2.5, it was routinely giving me 100% garbage results. So unless it was a very simple task, I basically just went straight to Grok because I knew I was going to be wasting time with Gemini. And with this latest development with Gemini 3.0, I feel like I could probably swap between the two and get similar results. And this is only just a single test, so it's kind of hard to judge based on that, but I feel like there is a slight chance that, or a decent chance that Gemini 3.0 has outgrown Grok as far as the tasks that I ask of it, and I might get a better result. But here's what I can say, possibly, at least it's hard to judge based on such a small sampling. Grok almost never loses its context unless I've been going way too long of a conversation. It rarely deletes parts of code. It rarely makes arbitrary style changes that I didn't ask for. Its context is very clean. So it's kind of like Nano Banana stuff where it's like, okay, modify this picture, but don't change what the person looks like. Grok seems to be pretty good at maintaining styles and context without completely warping reality in the code writing that it does. So I've been pretty happy with that, and I'll probably still continue to use it. But maybe I'll switch a little bit more often to Gemini if I can get some good results. It's not bad. Like one example is in the two or three prompts that I did today, it had a pretty big wide open chance to completely change this interface, like from the last prompt. Like it knew what I wanted and it made the fast tracker 2 or impulse tracker style, but it could have completely forgot that I asked for that, and then the second time around it completely moved the buttons around. That's what Gemini 2.5 does constantly. It'll just randomly move your buttons around and change the interface every single time you ask for something new, even though you didn't ask for anything related to the layout. It'll just imagine that you did, and it's trash. So if they've improved that, which it seems like they may have, then I could see myself using it on a more regular basis. Overall, I'm fairly impressed, but I'm just not blown away. But yeah, it's a huge improvement over 2.5, like a huge improvement. I can say that much. So anyway, I think I'm going to revert back to the previous non-Gemini vibe coded thing today and just actually maybe do a little bit editing. Because I want to get some more Bible reading in, and I'm way behind in my editing, so I think that's probably what I'll do for the rest of the stream. I'm sort of feeling a little bit tired, so I might not last super long, but if I continue the stream, I think that's what I'll do. So the only reason I would revert to the previous iteration is because I'm honestly not sure what code it might have removed. Like, for example, it did remove the mouse wheel integration, and that was one of the biggest time savers that I added myself. So if I'm going to be using this thing right now, I need that. Like, it's totally irritating to have to mouse through this by dragging and stuff. Like, yes, I can do this still, but the mouse wheel thing is superior. It's very usable in, like, this is basically just reverting to the standard Peaks.js functionality without all my enhancements, or at least it took away some of them. And that's still pretty good. Oh, let me see if it did split. I'm going to refresh, do a hard refresh here. And let me see if it, what I really do, I actually do like that menu. That menu is, to be honest, pretty gorgeous. The only thing I would add is a little bit of padding between the icon and the text and make it left aligned. But other than that, it's pretty stinking gorgeous. It's very well done. Oh, I didn't actually test the export, but I'm pretty sure that'll crash just like it did before, so I don't think I want to bother. I love the styles that it did. It really, that's where it shined. It really implemented the Fast Tracker 2 Impulse Tracker style very well. Extremely well. Okay, so, what I need to actually do then is go into Developer Tools, and I don't know why that's over here. It should be on the bottom. I'm using Brave, which I never use Brave, so I don't even know how the Developer Tools works on here. Okay, there it is. All right. I like to have it on the bottom usually. What was I even looking for? Oh, I need to go into application. Let's see. Let's do another hard refresh. I just want to see if I can get, I want to delete all the history and start fresh. One thing it needs to do is if you click outside the menu, it should, oh, it did collapse. Okay, never mind. I guess I just didn't click yet. Okay, so yeah, so by default, Peaks.js adds a region that is the full length of the track, or at least that's how I have it configured. I don't remember if it does that by default. And so the way I'm intending to use this generally is, well, that's weird. Huh. First of all, the resolution is a little bit janky compared to my version. Like before Gemini touched this, I had way higher fidelity of bitmaps on my canvas. I don't know what that's all about, but I think it also messed with my zoom array, because I think I could zoom in much higher than this allows. So it probably deleted some of my higher zoom choices, whatever, options. So yeah, I think I'm going to go back to the my version of this app before Gemini messed with it. It's a shame because I really do like the visual changes that it made, and I would like to start using it right away, but it changed some weird stuff that I don't even know how that happened. But the fact that the resolution is massively blocky. It's possible that it actually did that on purpose to fulfill my request to make it look more like Fast Tracker or something, but I don't know. That would be kind of dumb, but it's possible. And then the fact that I don't know what else it got rid of. So basically what I can do here is, how I'm intending to use this app is, it doesn't currently work as an editor because I can't export as FLAC or WAV, but I can use the markers, and I can, as long as it didn't get rid of the export JSON. Yeah, so I think it'll still allow me to export all of these markers that I make. So what I can do then is go in here, Numbers chapter 3, and basically, here's what I would do. So I basically put my cursor at the beginning, which is really hard to do because I can't zoom in far enough to see where the actual beginning is. And then I page up 3 seconds, which is page up, page up, page up. Oh, wait a minute. Is that right? I guess so. I guess I'm so far zoomed in that paging up makes me scroll like entire pages of waveform material. Okay, so at 3 seconds out, I split, which should be S key, which works. So that's cool. That still works, but I can't use the mouse wheel, which is annoying. And then what I do, yeah, this is kind of unusable without the mouse scroll wheel. I mean, I can still drag, I guess, but kind of sucks. Numbers chapter 3. This is the account of Aaron and Moses at the time the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen for errors and or awkward gaps and mark them and cut them out, essentially. Names of the sons of Aaron. Nadab the firstborn, then Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These were Aaron's sons, the anointed priests, who were ordained to... Okay, so this thing right here is as a gap. So I would do S for split, S for split, and then as the way I had it before Gemini, as long as it still exists, D should delete. Works. Okay, cool. So yeah, SSD. Ah, ha, ha. Hard drive. Not hard drive. So that gets rid of like a section really quickly, so it's very efficient. And that's essentially how I'm going to edit these. And then if I can get the FLAC export working, the library automatically deletes areas that are not contained by a region. And so it's pretty fast. Like, I would say this is even faster than using something like Audacity or basically anything that I can think of. Because I just do SSD, or I could even, yeah, it's just fast. And so I think I'll edit audio this way. The only thing I was kind of hoping for, well, so the marker JSON, or JSON, I never know how to say that word because I'm out of the tech field now, but I'm going to say JSON. Yeah, it might really annoy people, but if I can export that still, which I think I can, then I can write a Python script to use ffmpeg to automatically remove the areas outside of the markers, and that would be pretty much instantaneous. So I'm not really losing any time by not having the export. It's just a convenience factor. So, question is, do I want to edit with this version or my previous version? I really like how this looks, and it seems to work for the S and the D. So maybe no. Let me see. Maybe I can hand code. Zoom. I need to add back in those 4096. Okay, here's where it went wrong. Gemini hallucinated or overstepped its bounds and got rid of 6432 and 8192 and arguably 16384. So that's essentially what it did without me asking, and that's an easy fix. So let's just add back in Zoom options that Gemini removed. Oh, and then I guess I can test to see whether this succeeds at save state retrieval stuff. Because I have to do a hard refresh. I kind of want to use this version of it because of how cool it looks. Okay, it failed to restore the save state marker properly, but it's not a huge deal. I didn't really do much, so. Oh, let's test the zooms. I think, okay, never mind. think that's an acceptable, yeah, that's acceptable. This must be, I don't remember which ones I added back in, 16 or 32 or whatever. I think I only went as far as 32. I could maybe go into 16 and get even closer, but this should be sufficient. Basically, I just need to be able to see very accurately where I start talking, which you can identify based on the change of the shape of the waveform. So you really need to be zoomed in pretty far. Split works. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let's try undo. Yeah, that still works. That's cool. Sweet. So page up, page up, page up. Split. It's kind of throwing me off that the mouse wheel doesn't work. I wonder how easy it would be to fix that. Let's just do a quick experiment here. I noticed you removed mouse wheel scroll and shift plus mouse wheel. Calling on waveform canvas. Can you restore that? If it's a drop-in function, I prefer that so you don't hallucinate a bunch of missing code. Actually, let me inspect the code and see if it actually got rid of that. Yeah, it definitely got rid of that because there's not even the occurrence of event listener on wheel anywhere in the code, so it 100% deleted that. I don't know why it does that. I think it's primarily related to its token limit or whatever memory window, context window thing. It just can't retain all of that information, so it starts deleting code that it doesn't have room for, which is really annoying. One thing I could do is, this is an unlikely success, but I'm going to attach two files. Index.php is the current iteration. I don't know how to spell iteration right now. Iteration of the code which needs mouse wheel restored. The second is the previous before Gemini you messed with stuff. If you see other functionality that you deleted in that file, bring it back and try to output a new PHP file with everything. Prefer the awesome fast tracker 2 styles you implemented and all the stuff we discussed. I don't think it's going to remember any of this to be like, what are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? But we'll try anyway. There's no way it's going to do this properly, but we'll just see. That's it. I mean, it has to like read both of those files, which they're huge, and so I don't think it's gonna have enough memory. I'm actually surprised that I haven't reached the limit though for the thinking model for the day. Maybe because it's the release day, they've kind of broadened the window to give people a better sampling so they can get people hooked on it or something. Okay, we'll see. It found a couple things I didn't mention, like the manual time entry and center on seek. And the center on seek, I don't even know precisely what it's talking about, but I have an idea. But if that's all that it removed, that's not bad. I didn't notice like huge regressions, honestly, when I was using the Gemini version. So if it can successfully output the entire file and restore everything that it removed, then that's pretty good, to be honest. That's impressive. Because it has to look through a lot of code. Is this song really long, or is it like stuck? It's just kind of long. It's really boring. Skip it. I like that it's taking a long time. You know, it's doing, well, you can have a fairly good feeling or confidence that it's doing a good job if it's taking a long time. If it just gives you an instant answer, you're like, uh-oh, what did it do? Probably chopped the code in half. It might actually give me the entire file without anything chopped. That would be cool. I always scroll to the bottom. If I see a closing HTML tag, I know it's a good sign. Okay, so I think we're good. Let's try it. Then I like to scroll to the bottom of my file to see how many lines there are and see if the number is bigger or smaller. So we got 1375. We're going to 1475. That's a good sign. That's before I do the formatting. Yeah, okay, that's good. We might be able to use this if I can get my scroll wheel back. I would like that. That would be my first choice, is to use this modified version. If it doesn't chop anything out, I would just commit the change and say this is my new preferred app, and I'll just move on from there. I'm still a little bit nervous. Like, that's the problem with vibe coding, and anyone who's a professional developer would cringe massively at what I'm doing here. I'm trusting it not to destroy my code or remove stuff without actually looking at it line by line or doing some kind of comparison. Just because I don't code that way anymore. I don't really want to be a developer anymore. I don't like it. And so I'm just going full lazy vibe code, except I'm very involved, obviously, in trying my best to, check things out. But obviously I'm not going the full distance. I'm not doing this the best way, and I fully acknowledge that criticism that someone would certainly have if they were watching this later, but it's my choice. I have the freedom to do that. I don't have to follow anybody's rules in how I do things, so I'm making that conscious decision. It's risky, but it's, as you can see, I save a backup of every file that I make, so I can always revert back if I notice huge regressions or problems. It's kind of my mini GitHub repository style system. That's, you know, it works for me for these simple projects, so keep doing it that way. What did I even do? Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't really like being in the developer community because it's the same on YouTube. Like if you're a big YouTuber, you get a billion comments, just hateful, annoying people that always have. I mean, I don't care if people like express themselves and their opinions and say, I should have done this, done that, whatever. Totally fine, but there's just too many people that are rude and degrading. It's just like, come on. All right, it got the, well, okay. For some reason it, oh, never mind. Yeah, it did it. It did everything that I asked it to. It has the mouse wheel and the shift mouse wheel. Good. So I think I might actually use this today as is. Oh, it's sick. It's so fast. SSD. I should call it SSD. Just, I don't know why. But. All right. Numbers chapter 3. This is the account of Aaron and Moses. Cool. Okay, I just figured out how to like change the volume of my music for me and not the stream. Not really played around with that. The Linux, I'm using Linux and the, I can't remember the name. Just, what is it called? I can't remember the stupid, like Pipewire and what's the other main one? Anyway, just the sound engines for Linux are complicated. Trying to get the mapping of the sources and the virtual audio cable type stuff set up is problematic. Anyway, I think I just figured out how to make it not so loud for me, but it's still a decent volume for the stream. Okay, I need another break. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I really need a better sitting situation. My chair is not good for my neck, back, shoulders, like knees, like my whole legs, everything. It's really bad. Oh well. I actually have a legitimate sit-stand desk like right next to me that I could like pull out, but it has so much junk on it and under it and everything. I'd have to spend like 2 hours just clearing everything off. And then I have an actual chair also next to me that's like an office chair. It would probably be better than what I'm sitting in, but I don't know, I just don't feel like messing with it. Not right now. Moses. At the time the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. Oh, one thing that, one advantage, huge advantage actually, this might be a deal breaker. One huge advantage of this app, my SRT edit thing, is that I can see the actual text that I'm saying while I'm going. So my original intention, well sort of, at least what became my secondary intention if it wasn't my original, I actually wanted to sort of depart from my original app, even though it's pretty cool and has a lot of cool stuff. I sort of wanted to start over with this one because when I saw what Peaks.js could do, mainly with this navigation window thing and some of the other, it's like more responsive with the drawing objects, I think. A little bit better, more performant. When I saw that, I sort of wanted to just start over and rebuild the original app in this new framework. Sort of. Like, it's actually, like, I could keep these separate because they have different concerns. This one also has markers, which are almost identical to the subtitle thing. So I could definitely adapt or morph this into a subtitle editor, or at least have that as one of the features. But, I don't know. It is kind of a disadvantage not to be able to see what's being said in text form, because if I, as an example, if I say something wrong, sometimes I'll say it again, and it's convenient to have that right there in front of me. Okay, let's try this. Let's vibe code a little bit more. In addition to the JSON marker import, let's develop a plugin called srt.js, a separate file from this audio editor HTML file. Don't add it into that file, but write it so I can include it as a script tag that modifies the page to add functionality. A true drop-in plugin extension thingy. Okay, so it needs to add another fast tracker to style button to the menu for import SRT. And then it needs all the JavaScript logic that takes a standard SRT subtitle file with descriptions, start and end times, and imports them as markers in the marker panel in chronological order, sorting at the end. Not. Let's see. Just like panel already sorts and refreshes. So run those functions to do the same after the import. So both the timeline and some people use like their microphone and just say all this out loud, and that's way faster. I just don't really like the idea of speaking to AI. I think that there should be some separation between making it feel too personal. It's just a choice, but like to not feel like you're talking to a person, because it isn't a person, it's just a machine. And you can get tricked into thinking, like if you spend too much time with AI and get all like form an attitude, you'll feel like some kind of bond with it or something. And I don't like to treat AI that way. I see it as a tool, not as a friend or like coworker or whatever. It's just a thing. And so that's a boundary that I like to keep. But also, I don't really like the idea of some LLM huge company collecting all of my voice data, like, and using it however they want. They probably have like the right, according to their user agreement that you never sign, that they can use that for however they want. And I don't really like that idea, so I just type a little bit slower, but whatever. The other advantage is, I mean, I don't really use the voice thing. I'm assuming it probably automatically transcribes into text what you say, so that you have like a record of conversation, but I haven't really used it, so I don't know. Probably does. Also add the option for export to SRT on the hamburger menu as well as part of the plugin. Which will inverse the process, converting the marker JSON format into proper SRT text file with SRT extension, blob, etc. as a file download. Okay. Let's see if it can actually do this. It? Is that all I need to tell it? Let me think about this just so I don't waste time. Oh, I know what. Now we can get this even further. In addition, since we are creating regions on the timeline with these start and end times, not markers, as I called them mistakenly. Can we add a feature in this plugin that highlights the current the region that is currently intersecting with the playhead, especially while playing the audio, such that it is scrolled to the top of the marker panel as the playhead intersects with it, ideally even a bit before preempting. How do you spell that? Preempting? I don't know. When playing audio. So scratch that if the Jedi trick is too complex. Let's see. A checkbox near the marker panel that also creates something like a subtitle flyout over the interface with a bigger font showing the text of the currently playing subtitle would be a nice touch too. Maybe with a translucent black box around it so you can see what's behind it. Checking or unchecking the box would toggle this overlay feature, and it can be styled with CSS theming. For now, by default, use the same fast tracker to theming for the subtitle text overlay. Well, let's just see if it can do any of this. That's quite a bit to ask. But usually, I kind of forgot, but I usually save these prompts just so I can remember like when I added features and just sort of, I don't ever go back and like read these necessarily, but so I have kind of a record of some of my revisions that I've made. Let's see. Gemini 3 Pro, add SRT import and export, and subtitle overlay and scroll to active. Okay. Yeah, we'll see what it can do. So give me the drop in SRT.js file I can include in the script we are familiar with. Alright, let's see what it can do. But can you imagine, like, as this technology improves, the LLM stuff and vibe coding and or proper, whatever you call the normal way to use AI stuff integrated into your IDE and stuff, whatever that style is called. I guess AI assisted coding or something. As this improves, like, at some point, what is going to be the point of writing code when it's already pretty stinking advanced and good? You can just type this stuff and get like an entire feature made in like a couple hours. That's crazy. Because it would take me, I don't think I'd be able to do this because I don't like coding anymore. But even if I could, it would take me weeks to hammer this out. So I just get it done in like one live stream, a couple hours. And it's not even like hours. It's like maybe 15 minutes typing a prompt and then getting the code. It's ridiculous. Let's see, what was it doing? It seems like if it hasn't already, it's definitely going to change how programming culture works. Mainly because of greed. Like, I don't really want it to. Like, to be honest, I wish people could still code the old way, not ever use any AI. The problem is because of greed, their bosses and CEOs and CTOs and all these people are going to be project managers. They're going to be pressuring them to use AI because they're aware of the bottom line and how much it can save their company to, well, in theory. Like, some people would criticize that as a debatable point, but arguably, if you do it properly, not like how I'm doing it, which is pure sloppy vibe coding, but actually doing it in a responsible way, you could save a ton of time. But I don't like that. I honestly wish people could be more relaxed in their jobs and not be all about productivity and like do everything as fast as possible. I think it's more human to just go at a natural pace and use your skills to do something and maybe not do it the most efficient way, but still get the job done. I don't like what this is going to do to human culture and society, but I don't really know how people are going to avoid it. I think the advantage is if you work for yourself or you work for a small company that doesn't have a lot of stockholders pressuring you to make more money for them, you probably don't have to worry about this as much. But I think in bigger industries and companies, they're being pressured. I have friends that are being pressured. They're still in the industry, and their stakeholders or whatever people in their companies are kind of asking them to look into this as much as they can and to use certain tools and whatever. And it's a shame. I wish that wasn't a thing. I guess you can just, like, if you don't like AI and that pressure, you could probably find some other company that isn't doing that. But eventually it's probably going to be the thing that everybody's doing, I guess, sadly. Anyway, I'm glad I'm out of the field because even though I'm somewhat enjoying using it, I think I would get burnt out pretty quick if I had to use this every day, 8 hours a day on it, and just constantly. I think I would just scream. Probably go insane, actually. But so I can do it low pressure and quote unquote for fun. But if I had to do it for work, I think I would hate it. In fact, I'm almost certain that I would hate it. The microphone just peaked out. That was weird. Did I like make a big noise? I don't know. That was weird. I have created the SRT.js. Oh, by the way, I hate this canvas thing. Maybe they've improved it since Gemini 2.5, but it is so buggy. It's so buggy. I usually disable it, and then it automatically re-enables it, and it drives me insane. But maybe it'll be be okay for something like this. Okay, so it's saying it'll do this and that. Creates a karaoke. Oh yeah, karaoke, that's a good way to put it. Subtitle style floating overlay on the video waveform area. I don't think I would put it up there because I want to still be able to edit. As long as it has pass-through, mouse events pass-through, then it's probably okay. But it would be kind of distracting if it was covering what I'm working on. But the overlay updates in real time. Panel scrolling, the marker panel automatically scrolls. Row highlight, yes, good. Okay. It said that it did everything that I asked for. Let's see what we get. So theoretically, we just save this as a JS file, drop it in, and that was weird. What? Let's grab the value and parse it using logic. And actually, we can just, no, let's, it's like it inserted all of its thinking into this thing. That's hilarious. See how, I don't know if that's because of Canvas, but I see a lot of weird buggy crap like this. I'm going to leave this there, honestly, for now, because it doesn't really matter, because it's just comments, but like it's basically outputting its thinking process into comments. I've never seen it do that before. That's a massive bug. Oh, that's funny. Very weird. Making the code very bloated, but it's kind of interesting because it might actually, if I look at this later and need to change something, I might be able to follow along with what it's thinking a little bit better if I leave that. So I'm just going to leave it for now. Doesn't really matter, but kind of stupid. Okay. Question is, where do I drop that in? Probably. I'll try putting it above just to start, and if that doesn't work, I might have to put it in below or defer it or something. We'll see. Because all this other stuff needs to be in there. Actually, I think it just makes sense logically, I guess, to put it down here. Since we're dealing with DOM elements that may or may not have might not exist yet. I'll just see. That's just a hack because I don't really know. I don't really have my mind in this kind of game at this point. Oops, let's see. This needs to be SRT. Okie dokie. I'm getting pretty tired. I might have to like not go for much longer. I didn't really have dinner today either, so what might actually happen is if I cut the stream and then decide to eat something, I might get a second wind or something, but let's just see what this does. If this works, I'll be pretty amazed, to be honest. I mean, what a small investment. Like I described in, you know, pretty great detail what to do, but I gave it some artistic license and freedom. So mainly just to not burden myself with writing a ridiculously detailed description or providing screenshots or whatever. Let's see how it did. But I mean, like, if it works, I don't know. Of course, I refreshed, so now I probably have to start all over. But it's not that big of a deal. I don't see any export SRT or import SRT. It's possible it put them somewhere else. Logically, it would make sense to put them down here somewhere, but the fact that there's nothing on the menu kind of tells me that it probably didn't work. Unless I forgot. Maybe I didn't upload it. Let's see. This is for TV today. Maybe the defer is throwing it off. Let's just import JSON, export. Yeah, why isn't, I don't know why that wouldn't work. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Let's see, JS sourced. SRT. It didn't do a 404, so it's apparently loading it in. Maybe it shouldn't be deferred. I don't know, to be honest. I'm a little rusty with my JavaScript junk. DOM loading junk. Where in my code should I load this script tag? Above the main block in my PHP file, below it. Does it need to be deferred, etc.? I'm tired. Okay. I'm actually quite surprised that I haven't reached the limit. It's going to happen anytime here. I don't normally get this many prompts in a 24-hour period before I hit the daily limit for the free access. Let's see. Depends on the HTML elements like the many existing but access the library. The best bottom of your body tag right alongside your other library scripts like peekmin. Before your main. Okay, before then. Okay. Does it need defer? Since you are placing it at the very end of the body, it effectively loads after. Okay. So basically, the only thing I need to do is apparently move it above, which I don't know why, but for some reason, to me, it makes more sense to put it below, but whatever. I don't really know what it's doing because I didn't read the code, so we'll just go with that. See what happens. Maybe that's all it needs. Yeah, so I started this project from nothing on Sunday. That's the thing I somewhat enjoy about vibe coding is you can make entire, fairly complicated tools and get a lot of utility out of it in a very short amount of time. May not be like coded to everyone's favorite standard practices and whatever, but I don't care. I don't care about that anymore. Actually, I never did, to be honest. But, well, that's not true. Back in the old days, I used to like constantly try to perfect my code and write according to the best standards available at the time. But these days, I don't care anymore. Sorry, I just noticed all this time my volume was totally all the way up on the music, but that's probably what most people would prefer anyway. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I'm like losing track of like what I'm even doing. Did I upload that already? Probably not. Okay. Maybe I didn't even upload the PHP to begin with, and that's why it wasn't working. Possible. Yeah, for some reason the import, export SRT are not showing up on the menu. That's weird. I don't know why I'm so tired, because I haven't, even though it's kind of late in my time zone, I slept in pretty late today, so I shouldn't really be tired yet, but I don't know, kind of messed up. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. My brain is just kind of shutting down, so I should probably not go much longer. I'd like to get this fixed though. One thing I like to do is get a problem solved or a task finished before I end, because I won't really remember what all the stuff I was thinking about later, first of all, and then AI definitely won't, so it's going to be starting all the way over. So if you can get like a feature added or a problem solved in one session, that's ideal. Oh, that's sick. I didn't notice that till just now. That's a huge deal. The fact that it made these responsive, they were not responsive before, and that was kind of semi-difficult to achieve because of the way that the Peaks.js works. It generally prefers like fixed pixel height on the containers, especially with the rulers and all the weird UI elements. Anyway, that's pretty cool that it's responsive now, because I'm not totally sure that it was. I think it kind of was. I sort of worked on that a little bit, but the only thing it doesn't do is expand with that menu, which I would probably change that, but it's not really a menu though. Let's see. So yeah, I guess it's not really working unless I'm missing something. I'm kind of tired though. I might not have done something right. I think I did it right. I mean, the file is where it should be. It's not giving a 404. It's finding it, so it's apparently adding it. It's just seemingly not doing anything, so I don't know, whatever. I don't really feel like dealing with it right now. I'm just tired, so I probably won't. See, look at how buggy this is. Like, it doesn't even make sense what it's doing, to be honest. No, I guess it's showing the partial code here. That's why it's just a white screen, I guess. But it does weird other stuff, though. Sometimes, like, part of the response in its text response gets thrown into the code. So when you copy it and paste it in, it's like an immediate error because it's like combining stuff in here. It's supposed to only show the actual code in here, but it's extremely buggy. And you saw that comment thing where it's like 500 lines of comments of it thinking through the problem added to the code. It's like, what? Yeah, I don't like Canvas. I usually just turn it off, and then you have to close this. Otherwise it'll do it again, and then it'll still re-enable that without you choosing. Okay, well, for some reason, which I don't care to look into the code myself right now, it does absolutely nothing. No 404 not found in console log. So it's supposedly... Oh, let me check. I don't know. Nah, I'll check this later. I think I'm just too tired to continue. I'm probably going to end the stream pretty soon. Just don't seem to be fully with it. I sort of like hit a wall, which isn't usually my thing. Maybe I'm getting old all of a sudden. Like just now I got really old. I was already kind of old, but I've never really had that thing where you get up early and you go to bed early. That whole old people thing. I'm like a massive night owl. So, but today, I don't know. I'm feeling like super tired. No 445. So it's supposedly loading. Nothing happens. No items. SRT items on menu. So I can't interact with it. Oh, actually, I didn't really test this part of it, like the playback, see if it does the overlay. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Okay, so let's go to the beginning. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything at all. I'm guessing it's probably something stupid that I did, to be honest. Not sure, but just because I'm tired and not really thinking very well, I feel like it's probably me. Okay, but let's just continue this prompt. So I can't interact with it. It really seems like it doesn't work or do anything in spite of no console log errors, because I just tested by adding a description to the default full length marker region and played the audio, and no subtitle overlay appeared, plus the no menu buttons thing. Okay, let's just see what it says. Can you fix it? If not, I'm probably just gonna deal with this later because I'm just tired. I'm guessing it could be problematic to try to add plugins in this fashion without developing some sort of intentional framework to receive the plugins. Like I've had some success with doing it this way in the with the other project, but I feel like it's kind of like luck or surprising if it works without any planning in advance. I thought I was going to actually do some more editing, but then I kind of knew I would get a little bit distracted with the app maybe not having a few of the functionalities, because I hadn't really used it yet in a real world situation where I'm using it for editing. So I've kind of figured, I kind of predicted I might start using it and be like, oh, this doesn't work, or it needs this, and that's kind of what happened. And which is good because it's forcing me to add features that I would like to have, and it might get me closer to merging the two apps together, which would be really cool. Because to be honest, even though I really like what I did here with this app, I sort of moved on from it in some ways already. For the subtitle editing, it's still vastly superior to this thing. But it would not take a lot of work to get this second app up to speed with the first one, and then I could probably leave this one behind in a sense. I'm still going to keep both of them. It's kind of fun just to have a history of your progress or projects that you've made, and just, I don't know, throw it on GitHub and say, I'm never going to touch this again. If you like the code, take it and fork it and do whatever you want, but I'll probably never respond to any requests for features because I don't really care about this. But you never know, somebody might find it and be like, oh, this is so close to what I was looking for. I'll just take it and make it better. Okay, let's see. In modern JavaScript, variables declared with let in one script, like your index, are not automatically attached to the window object. Yes, okay. Meaning external plugins cannot see them. SRT is sitting there waiting for Peak's instance to exist, but it never sees it, so it never initializes the overlay or mini buttons. Here's the fix. Minor edit to index. This is the kind of stuff that you have to deal with when you're writing plugins. You gotta like set it up to be ready for plugins, which I didn't do, and I don't really even know how to do anymore because I don't know what I don't like writing code. I'm kind of done with it, but I know enough to like implement this kind of stuff, obviously. But I'm kind of just out of it these days. I don't like it anymore. Okay, so we need to expose this to the window. So open that, go to init peaks, all right. And inside the peaks init, success callback. Where's the success callback? I guess that's this whole thing. Actually, I don't even see a success callback. I guess this whole thing is the success callback because it doesn't really have a separate block for that. Okay, add this single line, peaks in it, peaks instance. Okay. If that's all it takes, that would be cool. That'd be sick. Of course, that could have other conflicts elsewhere if I don't. I mean, you would never want to just do this and be like, oh, that's the solution. Except that I want to do it because I don't really feel like messing with this junk. Step 2, the robust SRT plugin. I have updated the plugin to look for the window peaks. Add console logging so you can see this. Use that. Okay. Oh, let's save this. Oops. Thing is, like, if you actually take the time to read what all the code that it says and the things it does, you can learn a lot. I mean, unless you're already like a senior developer, then you probably like cringe and think it's stupid, but when you're not that good like me and you're just kind of fried when you're with your skills and just don't even care anymore, I could, if I wanted to get back in the game, it would be a good, I mean, get back into the industry. That would be one way to do it, is just learn through asking AI how to do certain things and whatever, but I just, I don't want to do it. I'm so burnt out with programming that I'm very thankful to be out of it. And I can play around with it in certain limited scopes. But yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't really like it. The thing that with the vibe coding is it allows me to dabble with it still without like feeling, without that really dark feeling of dread that I feel whenever I do it. Okay, that's weird. It got rid of like 90 lines of code. Went from 380 to 290. Should I trust it? Let's give it a hint. Dropped 90 lines of code. Okay, so I added window variable deal. You dropped 90 lines of code from srt.js. Here's the I can't type original. Seriously, I don't know. I'm really tired, I guess. Original to make sure you got everything important. If you drop lines that don't even matter, that's fine. Because I haven't even been able to test it out yet. So no clue what's missing. Okay. Obviously. Add in whatever needs to be there for the variable race winning episode number 342. Okay. Did I even paste the code in? Okay, I did. I'm so tired I like forget if I even do stuff. So weird, I don't know why I'm so tired. In my rush to fix the variable scope issue, I compacted the logic too much, stripped out some of the robust parsing, highlighting helper functions. Here's the see, this is how you deal with catastrophic forgetting. And I mean, this is a child's method because I didn't actually read the code, so I don't have a clue what's in there. But if you at least do a line check, count check, comparison, it gives you a clue. Usually it's a pretty obvious sign. If you drop even more than like 5 lines, it's a pretty good sign it got rid of something valuable. Usually it's way more obvious than that, though. Oh, it's like half the size. And then it's pretty, you can just force it to reset. Okay, what am I doing? Applied only the necessary fixes. I kept all your helper functions. Okay, I did that. See, like this canvas thing is super buggy. If it's on, it's gonna do crap like this. That's why I constantly close it, because it literally says, here is the definitive fix, and it's supposed to give you the SRT JS file. But because of how buggy the canvas garbage is, canvas buggy garbage strikes again. You said you imagined giving me the revised SRT.js, but canvas didn't work, so it went to another dimension. Please provide the revised SRT.js again. I already added the window peaks instance. Okay. After I get this, and if I can get this to work, actually, honestly, even if I can't get it to work, I'll probably just give up on it for the moment, because I can always come back to it. I think I'm too tired to think straight to, like, make this work. I mean, to, yeah, keep going. It's probably a really simple fix, and I just don't really feel like thinking about it. It seems like it's not even going to give it to me again, because it's so buggy. Gemini, Google Gemini is extremely poorly written. Like the LLM might be all fancy and stuff, but the actual UI, the Chrome, the wrapper around it is trash. Like, look, it didn't even give me any code. Nothing. It's stupid. I don't think you have control over this, but if you do, don't enable Google Gemini Canvas. It never works. It's trash code. The buggiest code I've ever interacted with in my entire life. Pure garbage. I can't type. Just give me SRT.js inline, if possible, not activating canvas mode. I have it disabled, but it keeps re-enabling, and it never works. Tell the developers to destroy Canvas forever. If I'm like in a bad mood, I actually get really angry when this stuff kind of happens, because I'm already kind of triggered, and then it's just like, right now I'm so tired, I don't even care, I just kind of want to be done with it. But when this stuff like just cascades over and over like dominoes, when AI is just like being garbage, and it makes me super angry sometimes. Today, thankfully, I'm not angry at all. I don't really care. Just want it to. I kind of just want to give up on this right now, because I don't really care that much. But we'll get it. See if we can get the code and try it one more time. Do-de-do-de-do. I am amazed that this... I wonder if they... Because it's the first day or the first week or whatever of this rolling out, that they like lifted all limits. See how the stupid canvas thing came on again? I didn't tell it to. I disabled it, but it came back on its own. So garbage. But at least it fulfilled the request somehow. I don't know if it has control over its own code delivery system, but sometimes it gives you the code inline in the paragraph form like this, or whatever. This is still like a mini canvas thing, which this is fine. It usually works, but like the actual canvas side by side window thing, it's the buggiest thing I've ever seen. Like, no joke. It's complete trash. But when it's inline like this, it's usually fine. But I don't know if... Oh, well, I was just talking about that. We reached our limit. So it's not unlimited, but I feel like the token limit is maybe higher today than it usually is, because I got a lot of prompts out of that before I hit the limit. Let's try and see if this works. 380 lines to 362. That's probably okay. We'll just try it out here. I should be saving backups of these. I usually do. I usually save these, but right now I'm not going to. Except I am. Let's see. Backup, SRT, 2. Let's see if that made any difference. If not, I don't really care. I'm just going to skip it for now. Got a bunch of errors there that I will eventually address, but I don't really want to right now. Oh, hey, look. It worked. Let's see what it does. That's cool. That's impressive. I mean, I don't know. It's cool. I don't know if it'll actually work, but at least it added the menu items. What am I doing? I'm too tired to really care much about this right now. But we'll try it, at least. Okay, so import SRT. Put those in kind of a weird order, but I guess it's fine. All the inputs on the top and the outputs in the bottom. We got SRTs. Numbers, chapter 3. Failed to parse SRT file. Okay, let's see what we can get out of this. I want to finish this if I can, because it would be if it works, then I'll have a one step closer to be able to use this for multiple purposes, and it's just easier to try to get things finished. This is a lot of times why I end up staying up late working on this, because if I come back at the next day, I'm just going to be like not have my whole brain invested in it, or I'll have to recreate some of my thoughts again. So it's easier for me to try to finish it in one day if I can. Okay, what did it say? What did it say about what mistakes it made? This is frustrating. I apologize that the code block failed to render and that you encountered a parsing error on a valid file. The primary issue with parsing your file is likely twofold. The original code's approach to splitting the file might fail on a certain... Okay, see... Wait a minute. Oh. Haha. I forgot that it switched models. I lost access to Gemini Pro 3. Starting over. Here's the... You just need to... But you might need the larger context of index.php to see what it's trying to do. This is, I don't know if it actually even remembers anything from the previous conversation because it's switching to a different LLM. I'm guessing it has no idea what's going on and it's just guessing. But I'm going to give it a fighting chance, which it probably won't really do very well, but we'll just try. And if this doesn't work, I'll just go because we're now on Gemini 2.5 Flash, which is vastly inferior. If I really wanted to get this to work tonight, I could just switch over to Grok and probably one-shot it, to be honest. And maybe I'll try that if this doesn't work, just so you have a comparison for anybody that's curious. It's much better. But we'll just see. Wouldn't it be kind of pathetic if Gemini 2.5 Flash can outdo Gemini 3.0 Pro, which is supposedly the latest? Stupid canvas thing. I hate it. But yeah, when this stuff happens over and over and over and over and over again, and I'm just in a bad mood already for whatever reason, it makes me want to scream. But like, thankfully, I'm not angry at all right now, but sometimes I get angry. I'm just like, oh my goodness. All right. Hey, it went back to 380 something. That's probably good. Okay. I really like this menu. Actually, the whole interface, I like it. Let's see. Import SRT. If some Google dev is like sniping my stream, they're probably like shaking in their boots to know that there's a slight chance that Google Gemini 2.5 Flash from like a year ago and the free lesser version than Pro might actually do better than their latest bright shiny LLM 3.0 Pro. It's quite a possibility. Let's see what happens here. Nope. It didn't. Okay, it's still not working. But, so I'll have to deal with this later. Oh, actually, you know what? I was going to try one more time. Let's try this. The problem is I don't think I can paste all this code in. It's too much. We'll try, I guess. Whatever. Okay, let's get rid of that. Don't need that. Where's my stuff? If I can get all this code to paste in and try this, we'll try it. Here's a project I'm working on. Don't do anything with it. Just look at the code for now. I'll have a further thing to say about it after you tell me you are ready. I'm ready. I've looked at it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, here, it's actually, I think they do better when you pit them against each other, especially Grok. Grok is, has an attitude. I apologize if there's any swear words, because it sometimes swears. But so do I if I'm too angry. Okay, so, not on stream though. I actually try not to. I don't think it's a good idea to be in the habit of having consider it more or less a bad habit, so I try not to, but I'm not going to pretend that I've never done it before. I'm a very imperfect human being with all sorts of problems. Far beyond something like that. Very broken, in need of a savior. Jesus Christ is my only hope. Alright, here's an attempted plugin that Gemini 3.0 all flashy and new tried to make I'm sure you can see what it's trying to achieve, but it failed. It has a parsing error. Can you find and fix it? And provide the working plugin. It's included as a script tag on the index PHP that I just showed you, as you probably noticed already. Yes, I found the parsing error immediately, and it's a classic one that breaks the entire plugin. The regex is missing the global G flag, but more importantly, it's using a capturing group inside itself without escaping properly. And worse, the comma inside the character class is fine, but the real killer is this. Wait, here's the real issue. No, it's second guessing itself. This line is fine, but scroll down. The actual parsing error is here. Nope, that's valid. Found it. I don't know if it'll find it or not, but it's kind of funny when it talks to itself. Real syntax error, line 200-ish. This line is inside inject UI, and right after it you have document head append child style. Nope, you close the template literal way too early. Look. It sounds like a person, really. Like, then you continue writing code outside, but no, the backtick is closed, so everything after that. Normally it doesn't actually have this huge long process. Normally I think this would be in the, it's like thinking, and it wouldn't expose all this, so it's kind of weird. Never seen it do this, to be honest. Yeah, this is like exposing its thinking. Alright, better practice, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read all that, but I guess if you're really interested, you could look at it. It's, yeah. We'll see. I don't know if it's actually going to work. I'm just going to give it one chance. If it fixes it, great. If not, I'm going to end the stream because I'm kind of tired. 386. Oh, wow. It just got rid of tons of code. I don't know why you exposed your thinking process so much today. You don't normally do that. Anyways, you cut out like 100 lines of code. Care to try again? Or at least explain. Maybe some of those lines are unnecessary, but I doubt it. Here's the original again, and be brief in your response. And just give me the fixed srt.js with no parsing error for the SRT format, and any other bug fixes you notice. No need to expose your thinking process line by line. It wastes tokens and causes catastrophic forgetting by the end of your response. Okay, let's see. Fixed and working SRT plugin. Only the real bugs corrected. Everything else kept exactly as you wrote it. Okay. We'll see. By the way, and like I mentioned earlier, I don't pay for this. I'm not logged in. I don't have an account. So I just use the free stuff. And technically I'm on the, I usually use the fast thing because it has a pretty high limit. I rarely hit it in a day unless I'm really going after it, like doing a ton of stuff. And the think harder is would probably one-shot this, to be honest, but I don't usually need it because here's the thing that I've discovered by quite a bit of experience. Grok for whatever fast, like the free high limit token thing, is vastly superior, like way better than Gemini 2.5 Pro, like far better. And the think harder is, I'm sure, quite a step above that, but I don't usually feel the need to use the think harder on Grok because the fast is better than Gemini 2.5 Pro by I don't know how many miles, like a light year. It's so much better. Now, as far as Gemini 3, I have no idea. Supposedly, they're saying it's like really good and blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, usually Grok for fast is pretty good. Okay, let's just see. But it may fail me today. It still got rid of 100 lines. I don't know why. Yeah, let's see. Just do a quick inspection of what it got rid of. Parse SRT, parse time, internal, inject UI, handlers. Oh, wait. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to like look at it line by line to see like what it's getting rid of. It doesn't usually do this, to be honest. I might have like kind of set it off kilter by giving it such a huge PHP file to start with, and it's sort of losing context or something. I don't know, to be honest. Init playback tracking. I wonder if it has that part. It does. Okay. I don't know. I can't even see anything missing. I don't know why it's like so many fewer lines. That's a weird bracket there. It looks like a bug to me, but it could just be not indenting it properly and it's from up above somewhere, but that seems like, let's see, if, else, closed, this must be from, I feel like that's like a massive syntax error, but without actually properly indenting it, I can't verify that one way or the other. Let's see. This is so much longer. Yeah, it's not doing very well today. Okay, let's okay, I'll copy this. I already did, I think. Let's think harder. I don't know. It actually might work even without the extra 90 lines or whatever it is, but it just seems concerning. Maybe it's tired like I am. It's reflecting the writing style that it sees. It's kind of like a yawn, you know, it's kind of Addictive. Not addictive. What is the word? I can't even think of the word right now. My goodness, I'm tired. It's spreading. It's infectious. There we go. All right. It thought harder and came up with something. Let's just copy this instead and see if I'm just going to copy this, paste it in, and whether it works or not, I'll probably end the stream. But you can see how it's not necessarily addictive, but it's like I want to get this solved, so I don't necessarily want to give up on it right now, but I also want to like leave. So I hope it fixes it, because I'm just like, Let's see how many lines it is anyway. Go from 386 to 395. That looks better to me. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything, but that could be a good sign. So let's just see what it does. Oh, whoops. I don't know. I give it a 50-50 chance of success. I don't really expect it to work, but just because I don't really care. Don't really care who wins this little competition. Import SRT. No. PXJS. Okay, so it's really not necessarily an error with the SRT format. It's more like trying to interact with the main index code. I'll give it a chance to fix this, and then I'm done. Okay, so it's telling me to copy the function handle import in its entirety. Okay. Function handle import. Well, let's just see what this does. I kind of want to be done with this. I don't want to mess around with this all night. But to be honest, this would be really, really hard to do by hand, because it doesn't really require great JavaScript knowledge. It requires great understanding of this specific plugin and how it works, which nobody knows except for the people that wrote it. So that's why AI is super useful for this kind of scenario, because it knows more than probably knows more than the person who wrote it does, because the person who wrote it probably forgot half of the code, you know, because it's such a huge project. All right, let's just see what it did. I don't really expect this to work. And if it doesn't, unless it gives me another clear error that I can feed back and keep this conversation going a couple more prompts, I'm just gonna check out because I don't really want to do this anymore. I'm actually don't mind doing this. It's mainly I'm just so tired. If it was earlier and I wasn't tired, I'd probably just keep going until I fix this. Ah, it fixed it. Looks pretty good to me. Alright, let's play and see what happens. Okay, no, never mind. I was gonna say it seemed like it broke the Flexbox filling screen, but it didn't. Let's see what happens. Oh. Well. Yeah. Let's get rid of this. I don't think it works, but at least it... Okay, so the import works. That's good. That's a huge improvement. But first of all, there's a blank line here. Unless that's an actual error in the SRT file, it shouldn't have a blank line there. It has another blank line there. So yeah, it's not perfect. It looks like after every comma, or probably every quote is converting into a blank line for some goofy reason, so it needs a little bit of work, but it's probably a pretty easy fix. Generally speaking though, I mean, it worked. Like it pulled in all of the verses. It automatically enabled the auto color, so we got the rainbow colors going on. That's cool. I didn't have to like add any special thing for that. And then let's just see how... I don't think the overlay or the scrolling to the current phrase is going to work probably, but let's just see if I... Yeah, so I think somehow this plugin broke the scrolling of the entire app. So I'm kind of tempted to keep the conversation going just to try to fix this. Let me just see what it can do. This plugin disables the entire scrolling system in Peaks.js such that you can't scroll using the overview container. Anymore. It should be way less intrusive than that, obviously. Also, it appears that blank lines are inserted, possibly wherever a quote mark double quote happen in the SRT text. It should gracefully handle any kind of text, certainly quotes. Try to fix all this stuff if you can. Let's see. The rest of the app should function as normal, not be disabled by this plugin. The only time the overlay phrases, subtitle phrases should appear is if the... No, oh, I never really checked to see if it added the... There should be a checkbox for subs, okay. Huh. well, let me test that because I didn't even notice that was that's a pretty cool looking toggle switch. Oh, sick. That's sick. Okay, so that's actually probably Gemini that made that. That looks really nice. Wow. The Israelites. So you shall appoint Aaron and his sons to carry out the duties of the priesthood. But any outsider who approaches the tabernacle must be put to death. Okay, so those you might be thinking, like, it's not saying what I'm saying. They're probably not synchronized. I just imported it, and it's probably not timed properly. That looks really cool. That looks amazing. That is gorgeous. Wow. That's probably thanks to Gemini 3. I don't think, I mean, because that was already there. It just wasn't working. Okay, so never mind. I don't need to correct that. That looks so good. Oh, wow. I haven't been able to fully test yet, but all mouse events need to still function through the overlay as if it's not even there. Maybe this is already in the CSS. I didn't check. Anyway, try to fix the disabling features to make it cooperate with peaks. Yes, a bit better. Possible. Okay, we'll see. If it can make this happen, then I'd be pretty happy because... Did you see that? I mean, did you see that? That was amazing. Like, that was an experience. Check this out. Look at how... that looks really good. That looks stunning. I actually can't improve on that. Like if I was to hand style this, I wouldn't change anything because it looks completely perfect. The color choice, the padding is perfect. The border is perfect. The little pseudo 3D style box shadow is perfect. Perfect. Looks awesome. And I just realized how good that is too. Like, even when you're not playing it, you can just scroll through and have it pop up like that. That's really cool. That's incredibly cool. That's awesome. So probably what's going to happen in the future is I'm kind of going to abandon this project if I can get some of these features ported over to the new thing, because this looks so cool and it is really nice to use. If I can get all these bugs worked out, that I would just use this one instead of that one, because that's awesome. I can even live with this new marker style. It's not as cool as mine, I think, but it's still pretty cool. I mean, it's usable. I might still work on that to see if it can customize it a little bit more. Anyway. Let's see if it can fix this. I could look at this all day. That is so nice. It's so fast too. Like there's no lag. It doesn't feel like, One thing I've noticed though, that I don't know if it's probably a Peaks.js issue and not anything in my app specifically. The whole thing is pretty clunky in Firefox-based browsers, WebKit or whatever. Because I have, what is it called? LibreWolf installed, and I tested it in there, and it's like way less smooth. So whatever they did in Peaks.js, it's optimized for Chrome browsers. Chrome-based. Chromium, whatever. Which is kind of unfortunate. I like to see things work equally good in all browsers, but it does work. It's just like very choppy in comparison. Sometimes the Grok thinking mode or the like expert seems to go out to lunch, I've noticed. Or at least it doesn't really show any signs that it's doing anything. And so I don't actually know what this is doing. It might eventually snap out of this, but I don't always know how long to wait because it doesn't say thinking, it doesn't show any status updates. So I don't actually know what's going on. I might just refresh this. I want to be done, but I also want to get this working because it's so close. And if I end it now, I may not have the same success coming back to it later. This is cool though. The only other thing I would change, I mean, that's cool. I mean, I don't know if I would do this, but it is not a bad idea. Like when you push the subs button, it automatically minimizes. The only thing they need to do is make this overview a little bit bigger, and then they need to make the waveform on the top main canvas fill up the available space, which I could probably just ask it for that and it would do it, but I don't really want to deal with that. I'll just deal with most of this later. This looks sick. Like, I don't know, like if you're watching this on YouTube later and you have any feedback like on the UI, are you as impressed as I am? Because I look at it and it's like blows my mind. I think it looks absolutely great, especially for what I was asking for. I asked for like a 90s to early 2000s mod tracker kind of feel, and it absolutely nailed it. Looks really nice. There's a few little things I would change, like the spacing between the icons and the text, and you know, tiny perfectionist things, but generally speaking, it looks really cool. Okay, yeah, I think it went out to lunch. So occasionally I have to do this where I just like refresh it because I don't know what it's doing. Let's just try this all over. Doo-doo-doo. If you need to see index.php, which includes this for the wider context, just let me know. Don't waste time guessing if you can't visualize broader context. I guess, you know, if this goes out to lunch, and it might actually already be in, I don't know why the Grok has so many errors, but every time I go to console log, it has like 1 million errors. But yeah, it's probably in a funk right now. Probably just have to come back later. I think it could fix this. To be honest, it seems like in the realm of, like, based on my past experience, it can probably get this working pretty easily. It's really close. But it's just clearly malfunctioning right now. Probably their servers are being attacked by something. I don't know. Too many people trying to use it or something. It's definitely not working right. Because it's not even coming back with an answer. We'll try the quick response, which has a lesser chance of working, but might get lucky. This is very subjective. I can't prove any of this, but like I did mention earlier, I don't have any bias against or for any organizations or people. Like I don't have any predisposition to want to like Grok more than Gemini or vice versa. I have no skin in the game or whatever you call it. I've just noticed that most of the time Grok is considerably more intelligent than Gemini, but that could all change as of today. I don't know. Don't have enough history with trying it. It just got rid of about 80 lines, but let's give it a try anyway. Do-do-do. The other thing that would be fun to try to fix is the FLAC export, because if I could get that working, this would be a pretty fully fledged app to what I need it for. Obviously, I could keep adding features to the end of time, but I don't really want it to be overly complicated. I just need some basic editing capabilities. Okay, it still has the quotes issue, but let's see. Yeah, I didn't fix anything. Nothing fixed. The other thing that's possible is that since this is a kind of a custom weird font, there's a slight chance, I mean, I doubt it, I don't think this is true, but it's a slight chance that some symbols and stuff aren't supported. I'm sure double quotes would be, but like since it's sort of a pixelated, not expanded font, I'm sure it doesn't support all the Unicode characters, for example. Which could be an issue if you're using this for different languages, obviously. But anyway, I don't think that's related. Nothing fixed. Still have blank regions added after every double quote in the SRT. Also, the overview scrolling container does nothing still. Here's the index.php so you can see the full context. You should have asked for it, to be honest. Assumptions are a waste of everyone's time. Okay, let's see. I don't have a second wind, but my brain is just like wanting to solve this, so I have a hard time just like skipping it. Let's just see what it can do. Please fix it. But yeah, after like a million errors like this, sometimes when it's really striking out, is when I get super annoyed. No, I'm fine right now. But yeah, just to follow up on how frustrating this can be at times. Usually the time I get mad is when it actually doesn't do what I ask and it does the opposite. And it's like, are you serious? Are you just trying to annoy me? That's the worst. For some reason it keeps, okay, so it's in auto mode. That's the problem. It's in auto mode, so it keeps switching over to Grok Expert, which for some reason is currently experiencing issues. And so I need to like disable the auto, otherwise I'll never get what I'm looking for. Try this. I don't know which one is actually not working. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's funny. It's like, this is the problem. And then it's like, oh, actually, but it's fine. And here's the real problem. I don't know why it does that so much. Probably because it's sort of thinking it through like a person would, which is kind of scary, but creates a new segment for every single block, even if text is blah, blah, blah. So I probably do need to fix the main index.php because it shouldn't be stripping HTML because it should leave the bold tags, italics, and underlines that are allowable in SRT files. So at some point I'll have to fix that. Let's see what it does. It keeps getting rid of stuff. Let me just... I'm giving you an earlier version of the file before you started fixing or attempting to fix stuff because you have continually dropped a bunch of lines. I'm guessing you killed some functionality. If not, let me know. 'Cause I hate looking at code to figure out what's missing. Just add stuff back in and apply the fix if that's what needs to be done. Okay. Did drop a full rewrite and accidentally drop some of your original niceties. Unique IDs better, hover detection, the zoom, click, refresh trick, proper alert, fallback, etc. Thing is, some of that stuff might have needed to happen because the unique IDs is possibly causing an issue. But let's see. The other thing about the fast models is they're like way faster than the thinking models, but they're not necessarily terrible, so you can just get your answers faster sometimes. And if it's like not too complex of a problem, then you just save time in the long run. Okay, it's still less lines, but it's not as many less lines, so it's probably better. Okay. I'll just try it. I kind of eventually want to just end this. See how this is like, can just be, you can just do this all day because of this kind of stuff. Most people would probably be annoyed too much by now to continue, but I see it as a tool that's saving me vast amounts of effort, and I don't have the skill set anymore to like dissect this code manually and try to spin up a solution, and I don't enjoy doing that anymore, so I find it kind of I can't even describe how bad it makes me feel to try to write code anymore. I don't like it. So even if this is frustrating, which it can be, it's still less painful for me where I'm at in my life right now than trying to write code, because I just don't want to do that anymore, ever. Never again. But it's still, I mean, I'm still looking at code to enough degree that it gives me some sense of like refreshing certain aspects of my skill set. Whether I ever use them again or not, I don't know. But yeah, there's some value in it. My brain is not working. JS back up. Wait, what am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. Like I'm opening a file. Okay, so we go here. There we go. I don't think this is going to work, and it's not going to be a huge loss at this point if I have to just like stop this and come back to it tomorrow, because okay, this is working currently, but no. Okay, that's irritating. Mega epic fail. Now the plugin doesn't load at all. That's partially on me because I supplied you with an earlier version that doesn't work, assuming you would be smart enough to merge in the changes from the later version that cause it to load into the DOM at the proper time, etc., 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 blah, blah, blah. Try again. I'll probably give up soon so I can go eat and sleep. But I'll give you another chance to fix it. Do it. Succeed. Beat Gemini. Sometimes I feel like there's tricks. If you say certain, I haven't been able to test this scientifically, but if you give certain, you say certain things to motivate it, it may have an effect on it, how good it does. I saw a title of a YouTube video. I didn't watch it, but it said scientifically proven or something. It helps to get rude with AI, and if that's true, I want to have nothing to do with that, because that goes back to what I was saying earlier in the stream, that if you get in the habit of treating AI a certain way or getting frustrated or not kind of letting go of your filter that you've like built up over the years, especially if you're a spiritual person and a follower of Jesus or any kind of religious person or moral person, if you start talking to AI in a certain way that you would not talk to humans, it's going to translate somehow into your natural interactions with people eventually, just like social media causes toxicity in the world. So will your interactions with AI, and that's why I think it's important to resist the temptation to do that way. And if it actually does produce better results, it's actually going to make all of humanity worse by encouraging bad behavior. And if that's by design, then the people who created it that way should be punished. If it's by chance, then they need to fix it so that's not the case, because it should not reinforce harmful human behavior. Okay, so let's see if this fixed anything. I doubt it, but we'll try it anyway. One of the reasons I actually thought about this earlier today, I thought, you know what, if I actually live stream my vibe coding, then I have accountability. Like, I'm not going to be getting angry because I know somebody could be watching me and I want to set an example and just kind of show the experience a little bit, what it's like for people that have never tried vibe coding before. But also, like, maybe I'll, get a little bit frustrated, but I'll just be like, okay, I'm streaming. I can't allow this to get me, Somebody's watching, so that's valuable. At the same time, it's like not as efficient because I'm distracted, but potentially it won't be as effective in what I'm doing, and I'll just be like, what button was I pushing? But there is value in accountability. Ah, it fixed it. At least it restored the buttons. That's good. Let's see if it actually works. That'd be nice. I would like to be able to end this stream saying, hey, we achieved what I was trying to do. That would be cool. That would be a huge win, honestly. Okay, import SRT. Let's see what we get. That would be so cool. Let's be hopeful. Work, please work. I want to be done with this. Even if it doesn't work, can I just let this go? Can I just be done with this for today? Okay, it did not get rid of the quote issue. It didn't fix anything. Nothing fixed. Overview container still is completely borked, disabled by the plugin. Because it works if I remove the script tag. So 100% fault of the SRT.js plugin code. Also, the quotes in SRT still break and cause extra regions to be added. This may be an issue of needing to revise the main index.php's JS, but yeah. I think I'll probably go for now because I'm tired. You have one more chance to fix the plugin so it at least doesn't kill the overview container scrolling functionality. AKA, I mean, more specifically, when I click in or drag in the overview container, the main waveform canvas area doesn't scroll anymore. I don't think it's going to get this right now. And if it doesn't, I hate, this is one thing that actually makes me very angry about AI, and Grok does this more than anybody, is this kind of crap. Here is the one and only version that actually fixes everything, or here's why this will 100% work. Like at the end it probably says fixed, you're welcome, whatever. And I'm like, no, it doesn't work, you moron. And so then I start getting angry. So I actually wish it never said this. And I've given it advice, feedback many times. I say, never tell me that, like, things like this is why it's fixed or this will work. Just say, be humble and say, okay, I think I have the problem solved. Hopefully this will work. Say stuff like that. That's more reasonable. That's what a normal human would say. To actually be so arrogant to say, here's the fix, and it doesn't work. That's like super maddening. But yo, hi Rez, how's it going? It's doing its best. It's only 2025. Yeah, I know. No, but like when you spend, if you really get into vibe coding and you spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours working on something and you keep hearing that same thing again, it gets really irritating after a while. Because we're human, we're not robots. Like if we were robots talking to the robot, we could just be like exchanging information quite speedily and whatever. But it's like, you know, oh yeah, see, it just removed 100. You just removed 120 plus lines of code. You fail, get 0 golden stars today. By the way, everyone was watching. I'm on like 20 streaming platforms, so haha, super embarrassing for you. Okay, later. Yucko malarious contrivance Jeopard delicacious fringent ent morgor Peleus. Now you can make it self-destruct under scrutiny. Here it is. Okay, I'll try this one more time, but there's pretty much 0 chance it's gonna work. I need to, golden stars restored. Everyone on your 20 streams is applauding. Go eat something delicious. I doubt it, but we'll try. Let's give it one more try. 206 lines. How many lines now? 367. That's a good sign. Let's give it one more chance to redeem itself. I doubt it'll work. Do 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 do. But yeah, I'm working on a basic audio editor. You probably haven't been here for very long, but it's pretty cool actually. I tried Gemini 3.0 today for the first time. It just came out. It definitely is an improvement. I didn't use it long enough to verify how much of an improvement from my own personal perspective. I don't have any like benchmark metric type hoo-ha to go off of. I just kind of use it and see how it performs based on my past experiences with other LLMs. It's a huge improvement over 2.5. That's guaranteed. Definitely the case. Is it absolutely amazing? I don't know. I'm not convinced yet. But it's definitely better than Gemini Pro 2.5, which was kind of crap, honestly. Yeah, okay, so that... No fixed. Wrong. You lose. Everyone is laughing at you. I have so many viewers on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, you name it. I am there. They are going to go tell on you to Elon Musk, and he's going to do one of his famous face shriveling frowns. Okay. Bye. Yeah, well, I can fix this for sure. I feel like this is definitely within the realm of possibility to fix with vibe coding. I haven't really been giving it my best effort. I'm kind of just like, tired. I don't really feel like dealing with this right now. Thankfully, I'm not angry or frustrated. I'm mainly just like, I'm kind of ready to go eat something and then probably go to sleep. But anyway, thanks for joining me today. Kind of a boring stream, but I always do boring stuff, so I don't even care. But yeah, we'll catch you later. Maybe next stream I'll actually, well, I don't know, I might continue the vibe code, because I do want to get this feature working, because I'm pretty close. It's really close. So we'll get that working, and then maybe next stream I'll do some actual audio editing with the Subtitle editor working. We'll catch you later, though. Thanks. See you, Hi-Res. Thanks for dropping by. We'll catch y'all later.